And now we're live, so I get to say hello, everybody. Welcome to the table. Those of you over on YouTube land, so that way don't forget at the end. Oh my goodness, my text box is all messed up. I'm fixing that right now. Make sure to hit like and subscribe, and let's fix my chat. My chat is all sorts of weird.
Here we go. I've linked you in my chat.
Yep, and feel free to link yourself here. In mine.
I for some reason now have a rewind time bar.
Yes, because you've been promoted.
Oh.
Please do not rewind time. Look, if any of us is going to get that power, it's either me or Cirrus.
Rewind time. I believe it's safe to say that that's hot.
Super hot.
No.
No. It's the YouTube rewind. Something looking into some binoculars.
Oh. Smith. Nice.
There we go. And I'll make sure to include it in the YouTube side of things too. And now... There, now my text box is fixed. I don't know how it got all messed up, but... There we go. Why is it not grabbing tabletop sim suddenly? There
yeah, I was going to say, it's looking for a game to capture.
Yeah, I got it. I don't know what... It's been weird recently, but whatever, it's working.
I don't use automatic anymore. I just always manually set it to whatever game I'm capturing.
I should probably do that since this screen is only for Twitch, or for tabletop sim, but you know. But there we go. So y'alls are open to go ahead and start recap. I think we're good here.
Welcome, everyone, to the table of Nimbus, an Olorun story. Last time, we woke up after harrowing experiences with multiple encounters during the night that left us with next to no rest, including a moose.
Especially a moose.
Yeah, especially a moose. Don't ask Darren how he feels about it. Ask the well-preserved moose meat and leather how he feels about it. That he has taken to dragging around because that stuff is worth a good deal. But we've been traveling back, bit by freaking bit. And yeah, the moose meat has kind of slowed us down, but at this point we're mildly dedicated to being merchants. And there we find activity of people around as we're getting closer to the more orderly tree farm section of things. So Darren and Minuet go off scouting because the others were setting up camp. And, well, we went this way looking for bandits, so it might be bandits, and we find an encampment being set up.
It wasn't bandits.
No, it wasn't bandits. We went to investigate, and Darren pretended to have severe back injury pain. And a guard who was apparently also a cleric just walked up and healed him. And he thanked him. Minuet scouted around while he was being a distraction. Let no one say Darren cannot be a good distraction.
It'd also be a good periscope.
My brain broke that.
Oh, you don't remember the periscope?
I don't recall anyone using him as a periscope.
No, he used his hammer as a periscope.
Yeah. The crouch sneaking and yet having his hammer just sticking up in the air.
Oh, right. I forgot. He was sneaking just by being super crouched down and using his hammer as a walking stick, so it was hammer periscope. goodness, I've forgotten. They end up coming back and inform Ixodras and Cirrus that doesn't look like they're bandits, so we drag ourselves back to the encampment, hoping, well, maybe we can sell off some of this moose meat, or trade, or buy something, because it looks like they have carts, which would make our lives so much easier. Well, it would make Darren's life so much easier.
It'll
And we
save me
can-
from casting Ant Hall.
Yeah. And even if it doesn't save you from casting Antal, at least, it helps and it won't slow us down as much. We get invited in and we're allowed to stay. We have befriended sort of a surveyor team of some sort that are aware that, yeah, there are heckin' bandits around.
And then bandits come around.
Yeah, later at night, during some watches, bandits come around. I think it was Minuet's watch. I would have to check the notes specifically.
Yes. Yes.
But
it was.
everybody ended up roused, and this dwarf-looking bandit, who will probably be particularly pertinent as soon as we start up here, basically demanded, throw down your arms, surrender, let us steal your shit, and nobody has to die.
Harrison
Clearly-
promptly set his hand on fire.
Yes, clearly, we want to keep our stuff. We have too much nice things. Also, it's just bandits. How hard can it be, right? Yeah. It was not just a group of bandits. It was 5 groups of bandits, each with their own leader, almost like they're some sort of organized mini militia. Yeah, so for any of you who feel that should be concerning, you are correct. That should be concerning. But thankfully, Ixodras greased one of the bandit leaders and their group into oblivion. Cue Benny Hill music.
I mean, I
could. Well, you don't have to, but you can, even though it'd
Nah.
only be brief.
Nah.
Cirrus ended up taking care of Dwarf Dude and subduing him instead of killing him proper, which is going to turn out to be useful in a bit here.
It turns out that Dwarf Dude knows how to bring down the hammer. Or bring down the axe, or whatever it is.
Yes, he does. During the fight, he brings down the axe, which drew Darren's attention.
Not
Almost-
as much attention as the cleric drew.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, the cleric drew the attention of a great sword-wielding bandit leader, and, let's just say some surveyors are injured, but I'm not sure if any of them are properly dead, unlike the bandits.
None of them died.
Thankfully.
And I was referring to the fact that the cleric drew your attention too.
Well, yeah, but I'm gonna get to that.
We'll get to that.
But yeah, Dwarf Dude brought down the axe. Minuet ended up having to hide under a cart from a caster, who
Sure, I
believe
have
used...
drunkified everyone, though.
Yes. One of the reasons we survived is because Minuet drunkified all the enemies with his Bawu. We probably wouldn't have made it so unscathed without that. And I say unscathed lightly.
What are you talking about? I didn't take a lick of damage.
Yeah, it was mostly the surveyors that took damage. The poor people.
I took plenty of damage from the axe coming down.
That's true. You did
Yeah.
take a lot of damage from Dwarf Dude and his ethereal axe that cleft into you. But almost more pertinently is the fact that Minuet lunged out from under the cart to bite at the throat of Sorcerer Dude as Darren called for him to bring down the axe. So we have Sif, the Great Grey Wolf Light, decapitating a man. And deciding,
Yeah.
ooh, that was fun, I want more.
Yes.
And meanwhile, Darren runs over to handle the enemy bandit bard.
An epic rap battle that ends in Darren being under a mind compulsion in order to beat up the cleric.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it wasn't really an epic rap battle because Darren doesn't rap. In fact, any sort of verbal battle with Darren is probably going to end up very dry.
It was an oratory battle, but an epic rap battle sounds cooler.
It's true. Well, the guy was like rapping and basically doing Yo Mama jokes at everybody.
As long as he's not that crystal fuck from Azure Striker.
Oh no, that fucker! I hate him.
But yeah, Darren got a in on that guy, and then he started to flee. So Darren went back around to go support the surveyors he saw getting harried by Greatsword Bandit dude, and he got I forget the specific name of the spell,
I believe it was Burning Jealousy.
something like that. But basically, as soon as the cleric healed someone within eyesight of Darren, Darren was kind of forced to go after the cleric, and that didn't go great, but at least combat ended shortly afterward, and Cirrus and Minuet had to come over and kind of help everybody stop Darren from strangling the cleric.
No, he wasn't trying to strangle the cleric. He was repeatedly trying to punch the cleric.
Yes,
Emphasis on trying.
trying. Thank God he didn't succeed.
Those rolls, though.
Yeah, I rolled like absolute garbage at the end there, and it was great.
It seemed kind of almost intentional, except not. And it was great.
Sometimes the dice just make things happen.
I even used my reroll and my frickin' save inspiration thing by ending my performance to try and save myself, and it just did not work.
Yep.
The dice said no. And, well, Cirrus broke the chain that was around Darren.
He tries.
And Minuet led Cirrus and Ixodras, along with remaining survey party members, to go hunt down the rest of the bandits, leaving the injured and Darren behind to do cleanup and medical recovery. Darren ain't feeling too great, and I don't mean HP-wise either.
Yep, so we'll go ahead and load the battle map, I guess.
Jealous Rage. Jealous Rage was the name of the spell.
Ah, that's what it is. Welcome to the present day.
Ba 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 ba.
Whoop. I saved it without the fox.
Oh, yep, okay, let's go ahead and grab that really quickly then for you. Let's see. That'll be here. Now it should copy the bag and the contents, so we'll grab that. Oops. Those of you on my stream can see how many, like, map sections I have. And then if I go Control V, you should now have it. So,
Okay,
yep.
yeah. Search, and yeah. It's no fox.
Thank you so much for the music choice there, Random Mode. I appreciate this. You got it? It should shrink.
Yep, I'm just doing the... And scale down.
There we go. So the party is going to split up into two directions. We've got the hunting party, and then we've got the healing party, as well as it sounds like interrogation team. We are going to go ahead and start on one front. We are going to start with the people that are going to be doing the search and roll. I need to know how you guys plan on doing this specifically.
If we're splitting up, I think it's best to go 2 and 2. So I will be staying back with Darren to interrogate the dude.
Alright, so you're staying behind?
As I recall, last session, both Ixodras and Cirrus did decide to go with Minuet and the Surveyors.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, it's you could reconsider, I guess. But
I can't stop
Yeah.
you from reconsidering, but I know what happened last time.
Just I'm not entirely sure I like splitting the party, period.
Well,
Yeah.
nobody likes splitting the party unless you're a madman. It'll be
Yep.
fine. Darren's got, like, all of his HP.
Okay. Before
Oh.
before we head off, though, Cirrus will, at the very least, toss Darren the Masterwork Manacles.
Thanks for the follow there, Sylvan.
Alright, well, Darren will catch them, or at least make a half-hearted attempt to catch them. Let's go
Eric,
with
you're a
you.
very talented DM this is the first campaign I've been a part of that I haven't DM'd in years, and I'm really appreciative of that.
Yay, compliments. Alright, so we are going with everybody but Darren going one way, correct?
I suppose. And yeah, Minuet is vanguarding.
Yep, so since Minuet is leading the party, we're going to go ahead and have him roll his survival to track. You don't have the track feat, though, correct?
No, just stunt.
Alright, go ahead and roll your survival, and then we got some decisions to make. Either of the rest of the party assisting in any way, shape, or form.
Well, I did roll the, I think it was like a 15 or 16 the first time, but yeah, this is... I might go ahead and burn my reroll immediately here.
Wouldn't be the first time we burned rerolls right away.
Because
all
that
things-
that is a 12.
All things considered, I will probably be using the aid another action to help Minuet with the survival roll.
Yep, and I gotta actually look that up.
I believe I have to pass a basic check in order to grant Minuet a +2.
Yep, you have to roll a 10
Yeah,
or
it's
higher on
okay.
a check, and I do, it's stacking. So you do have to go ahead and roll a survival yourself and beat a 10.
Okay, what is my survival? I think that's, yeah, just my wisdom.
Also, Viv, do you have survival?
Nope.
Like any? Rip.
Meets it, beats it.
Yep. So that's a +2. You can always... Is that one of the skills you can roll? Untrained? I don't have a character sheet up right now. So you can still roll it,
Survival.
Viv. It's just wisdom.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
You're the king of rolling garbage, so...
it's just beating a 10. I mean, if anything, it's a coin flip.
Yeah, you're the king of rolling stupid high and stupid reasons, so...
Well,
Meets
I
it,
got a
beats it.
12.
Well,
So add +4 to your roll there, Barley.
okay, so that would be a 16? Yeah.
Yep, so 16 is going to be enough. Now, here's the thing. You're currently facing the Bard's Trail. You have a couple of options. You know that some ran north, some ran west, some ran south, and some ran east. The
In
only...
other words, some ran in every direction.
Yes.
Yes.
The Bard went to the east. I remember that the greatsword wielding guy that just kind of had a moment of, why the hell am I doing this, and walked away, went south. None of the other bosses escaped.
Two
Yeah,
of them died, one was incapacitated.
So, I have the biggest vendetta against, the Bard. So I'm thinking tracking the Bard.
All right.
Also, and I will kind of second that, with how it seemed to occur, the greatsword wielder might actually have fucked off, period. The bard is the most likely one to have gone to whatever fallback position they have.
Yep, so it is actually not hard to find the bard. You find the scent of a very pungent cologne being used. You guys are going to be going east for a little bit before dipping north. So you guys are actually going into the tree line and then fairly far north. So let's save this table and I'll give you an idea of how far you're going. Battle map getting saved. Go over here. And then let's grab a pen. So you guys are around here. You guys are actually going about an hour up to about this location right here. See that little white dot?
Yeah.
Cool. So I got that marked on the main map. That way we can, if I could click the right button. Remember to save the map before switching. And then go back to battle. So you guys are going to be going at it for a while. It's going to be a lot of stop, snip, stop, snip. I'm going to have you guys make a percentile roll for me before we switch over to Darren to cover his part really quickly. Whoever wants to roll the Doom dice.
Viv, do the Doom.
What am I doing?
Roll
Doom
your
dice?
Doom.
Why does this thing keep spinning?
Well, and let's make one of these actually, like, clearly a different color.
I don't even know where my other one is.
Oh, here, let me just make a darker one. There we go. They're right here. I don't know why it's like that,
Wait,
but...
wait. Are they... Okay.
42?
42.
Good. So the
We're
answer
getting
to
all of
life,
the answers.
universe, and everything seems fitting.
Perfect answer.
So you guys are not going to run into any random encounters during this, which is good because you don't want to be slowed down and have the trail harder to follow.
Yep.
Darren, I believe you were doing something back at camp. Let's go ahead and nope you guys off to, like, Nope Land.
We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful wizard of this forest over here.
Yes, I am doing stuff at the camp. In fact, I wrote a thing down, but I don't think I need to do it here unless you want me to.
Where do
You
I-
wrote a thing down, what, in the roleplay room?
Yeah.
How have I acquired 2 reroll cards?
I don't know. Here, we'll just move one over to Viv. There we go. They don't
Yes.
stay anyways, I can't fix that, so now that, all
So
the
now Viv
random...
has 2 reroll cards.
I'm just not going to question things where the extra one came from. We're gonna...
I have...
I get a reroll card now.
Dangerous.
It- It's okay, at some point in
that's
time,
work.
I'm going to get something programmed. I'm going to hire Panda to do some JScript for me. So that way we have something for that. But in the meantime...
But yes, I can act that out if you want.
You don't have to do the whole part where you talk to your squirrel and whatnot. Unless you want the stream to see that, and YouTube land. Hi, YouTube land. Also, hi, stream peeps. On both sides.
Part of me wants to, but I also don't want to hog too much of the spotlight. So,
Fine.
Do it.
okay.
Do it.
In the aftermath of the raid, Darren takes his time going around to pick up the pieces, just sort of distancing himself from the survey team, those that are remaining anyway, especially the cleric at the moment. For the most part, his eyes are on the ground, as that's where pretty much everything is, as he's sweeping the camp for anything remaining. So that when did I become such an awful person? He can't really hide how he feels from Servet. that's not exactly how the empathetic link between them works. So Servet know that he was conscious when the spell had controlled him. It's like the moment I tried to let go, I decided I would not have even that. His shoulders sag, wings wrapping around him like a second coat. I miss when I was happy. I remember how often I smiled back then, especially the day I met you. We couldn't speak with each other back then, and I tried to name you so it would be easier to talk and do tasks, you know? I wanted to call you Artaxerxes, after a dragon king from ages past. I remember you hated that suggestion, even though I told you it was because no matter what you look like, you can always have the heart of a king. As he's slowly been moving north until his eyes fall upon the fur-clad dwarfish raider that is currently unconscious. I eventually made up a name for you. For some reason you liked it best. And since I don't need to grab a rope, I have the manacles. Darren will crouch down and begin binding the bandit so that he can't go getting away. Thanks, Servet. A wisp of a smile curling at the corner of Darren's lips. For being by my side through it all. And once he's done trussing up this remaining survivor, he's going to start dragging them back towards the other surveyors. It's not like dead bodies are going to go anywhere, unless they have a necromancer somewhere. Also, this guy ain't nowhere near as heavy as the moose meat.
No, he is not. The cleric is currently working on the one unconscious dude. Some of the other surveyors that are the non-combatants have come out and started to clean up a little bit. In the meantime, as you enter the tent, the cleric kind of stares at you for a few moments and goes, "Okay, you're not crazy right now."
Darren winces and looks away, mostly towards those that are injured. I apologize.
It happens. Do you need healing?
No. Which one of them is the most injured?
This one, he's going to be alright. I've bandaged his wounds. He'll be up by morning. Maybe a little ill.
I see. So, to clarify, does that one still have HP damage? Just out of character?
Yes.
Cool. So, Darren's going to shuffle over, and he's still dragging the bandit leader behind him, by the way. He's not going to let that guy go. And he holds out his right arm, and the text on it begins to light up in this soothing blue color. Soothing rain falls liquid succor upon the weary and wanting followers of the divine sky. And he casts Cure Light Wounds.
Yep. Roll the d8. Roll that d8.
Trying to remember. At one point, didn't I get told that someone in the party has a wand of Cure Light Wounds?
Minuet does.
Yeah,
Okay.
Minuet has it on his person, which is probably good for you guys. Maximum healing.
Maximum healing. The guy's going to... Or girl. Can't tell what... Oh, that's a girl, apparently.
Oh, girl, sorry.
I didn't know that these these had genders listed on... Well,
Yep.
who knows what their gender pronouns are? They're
Yep.
NPCs. I'm not giving them gender pronouns. They're gonna go ahead and come to. They're not gonna get up, but they're definitely gonna be back to the living world and not unconscious.
The light just sort of gathers and rains down on them like droplets, healing them.
The cleric nods and goes, we should probably put him somewhere. Points at the unconscious bandit.
You're not giving the NPCs gender pronouns. Okay, so Mr. Welsh rule number 281 is in effect. I cannot get emotionally. No. I cannot get emotionally attached to any generic, nondescript, unnamed NPC.
Please, please don't.
Minuet already has.
Yeah.
Well, they aren't necessarily nondescript.
They weren't a named PC. They're not a named NPC yet. They still don't. That character does not have a name yet, I don't think.
I mean,
I just love the Mr. Welsh rules.
Yeah, they're wonderful.
I'm not allowed to name our ship the, but sir, she's one of ours to sow confusion during battle.
Gosh darn it. Darren is going to look over his shoulder at the bandit. I have need to interrogate him. Is there a tent that would be suitable for this, or should I drag him to the edge of camp?
I would suggest the edge of camp.
I see. Are there any extra chains or manacles that might be spared? Rope may not be sufficient for this one.
There might be chains. You'll have to look. I don't handle those things, unfortunately. Maybe near the carts, there might be a couple. I mean, we're just a survey team and the guards.
I understand. Are there any others that are still injured in any severity?
Nobody severely injured, it appears. Somebody took an arrow to the knee, but he'll be fine soon enough.
I see.
No one say anything. No one say anything.
I suppose it's a good thing they're a surveyor and not an adventurer. Otherwise their career would be over.
Well, they used to be an adventurer like you.
Oh, why would you do this? Why would you do this?
I had to.
Gosh darn it.
Did it.
I was trying to be subtle about it, dang it. But
You
Darren will
were.
turn around and start dragging Bandit Leader out.
I was waiting for the open door. Alright, so you're going to go ahead and drag the bandit leader to the open door. What are you going to specifically do first?
Well, he will drag him towards the carts and see if he can see anything.
Darren sees a huge bloody mess.
Yeah.
Oh. I guess this is where Minuet was.
You can see the common short bows left behind by the men. It looks like they had low-quality leather armor. The kind of stuff that, you know, a random person might actually be able to afford once in their life. Nothing of quality.
Hey, if you're going to interrogate him via intimidation, you've picked a good spot.
That is a good point.
This is the kind of place that might provide a circumstance bonus.
I'm going to drag him over to this cart and just lean him up against it.
Understood. He is unconscious. The dwarf definitely has that tattoo on his forehead of criminal. It's not done well, now that you look at it.
Does he
the R is backwards.
It's the kind of thing that was definitely not done by choice.
Ah.
So, does he have a pin?
He does not have a pin. Are you going to search him?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Go ahead and roll your search.
Also, yeah,
Darren
that X is roughly where the dude got decapitated earlier.
Ah. So we want to put him light grade. Yeah, good enough. What's your search?
That's 21.
Fantastic. On his person, he does have chainmail armor. It looks roughed up. It might be actually repairable, however. It doesn't seem to be of magical quality, but it might be of masterwork based on its look. It actually might be of dwarven make. Surprise! Dwarf with dwarven chain.
Okay, so he actually is a dwarf. I guess it was just hard to tell in the light.
Unless it's shiny, how would we be able to tell if it's magical?
Detect magic.
Oh yeah, I mean that would be like by a spell.
Typically, rune work or other qualities that, despite just getting out of battle, it's not as damaged as it should be, is a good indicator.
Oh yeah, rune work is definitely
Yeah.
But
Unfortunately, I've already manacled him, so I won't be getting that off him at the moment.
you know he had a dwarven battle axe. That part is fairly obvious. Other than that, you do find a pouch that has 30 gold in it, surprisingly. You find a small Bible-like book, and it seems that he has some sort of pendant that has a battle axe on it. It is obviously not magical, and is not of good quality. It looks handmade, and it looks recently made.
Okay, so pardon me while I do a thing in the chat box.
Chat's box!
Because I've been focusing entirely on this, I'll catch up in minutes. Well, Darren is going to pocket the gold because he can.
okay. Viv, you should totally be lurking my stream while you're doing this in Era's stream. Make the algorithm like us.
All
By the way, you
things.
can watch 2 streams at once. Just make sure to mute the tab, not the stream, and it will count.
In any case, Darren will also retrieve the book and the axe. And while he waits for this guy to wake up, he's going to do the thing that he is supposed to be able to do best and start flipping through the book.
He also has a dagger, right?
Yes,
I assume he dropped that, but also
it was
that's-
dropped. It was a dagger.
Yeah, the axe is probably also up north. I will be retrieving that later.
Yeah. The dwarven battle axe is a little bit more notable than just a common dagger that all these guys will have. Because they're all gonna, the normal guys, anyone that fell is gonna have crude leather armor, or a short bow, and a dagger, and like 5 silver on them total. It's the big guys that had the things.
Seppuku dagger.
Maybe. These aren't thieves, these are bandits. They have no honor.
True.
But
Yeah, there is the other leader right next to the
Yeah.
look at.
there was a leader there, and I think there was a leader over here too that passed on.
Era Sylvantis has raised a question. What color is the Bible-like book?
The Bible-like book is going to be made out of a dark brown leather.
Okay, so
it
it's
is
brown. It's not black.
no, it is a very, very, very old. It's like one of those pocket Bibles you see in hotel rooms occasionally, except thinner and way older. Its condition is. I'm surprised this is still in one piece. I'm not going to give him a little black book. There's other characters in this world that have little black books. We're not going to that right now.
I don't think that's what Sylvantis was assuming with a black Bible.
I'm pretty sure he does not have a
Something
death
Bible.
note.
No, I'm not giving a death note either.
I don't think it was a death note either.
I'm pretty sure there's a couple of little black books out there, but I don't want to force.
Clearly, Varian understands at the very least.
Yes.
I'm gonna put it this way: the last time that I put the Book of Exalted Deeds anywhere near the other 3 of these people, not Tyago, the first thing that Vari did was touched it.
Yeah.
Guess what alignment he wasn't?
Good.
Nor lawful.
Yep. So it was double unfortunate.
Right in front of the
Especially
paladin of
since the-
Hyro, or the cleric of Hyronius, who was just like, yeah, don't touch that. Don't be stupid. And then he touched it.
Yeah, so Darren has a tempered curiosity. He doesn't touch the thing unless he has a 10-foot pole.
He does have a 10-foot pole, kind of.
Meanwhile, Vari just slams his fucking face into it and goes, "Can I eat it?"
Is this a duck?
Okay, so no more ducks. Either rate. Yep, anything in particular you want to interact with, or are you just going to wake the guy up?
Just flipping through the Bible at the moment before he wakes the guy up if he needs to.
Alright, so you're flipping through the Bible. You read Dwarven, correct?
Give me 2 seconds, I'm pretty sure I do. Yup, I know Common Draconic, Dwarvish, Elvish, Semaphore, Morse Code, and Archaic Draconic.
Fantastic. When I say that this book has seen better days, it definitely has seen better days. There are entire pages where the text has faded from existence. The pages are extravagantly well worn. You can see where pages are missing. As a matter of fact, it takes you a while before you run across a name inside the book, and it's Carnaxus. It seems to be some sort of weak prayer that includes bring down the axe. It is obviously worn out to the point where you can't see the whole prayer, but as far as you can tell, it has something to do with enduring through the hardest of times and breaking through with your axe to come out on the other side into a lighter world. Let thy axe come down on thy enemy.
Does it also involve piercing the heavens?
No, that drill is in another universe and buried very deep right now. I mean, if you guys want to go full on anime, I've already given you guys, like, you know, anime weeaboo forms. You might have to break out of this universe to go full on anime bullshit. And this is pretty anime bullshit already.
I mean, Minuet's gonna try to anime weeaboo pretty hard here soon.
Minuet is like weeaboo goldmine here.
Just going to note those right there because I'm catching up in notes.
No, I have Alice over in Taigo's chat. I am not switching off to BESM because I have never run nor played BESM.
What does that even stand for?
Big Eye Small Mouth.
Mouth.
Oh.
It's the anime tabletop game.
I was not aware that that's a thing.
Yeah, it is. I've never played it. I lost the book years ago. I had it for a while, but I've played so many different games that at this point I could probably just spawn create a D10 system and call it PESM. But that's a side note.
As long as we're not playing Fatal.
I would consider running Exalted. I made an Outlaw Star-based game.
It is so fun. Exalted is so fun. I love Exalted.
The one game I still want to play is Shadowrun. That is something I've never gotten to play, and every time we've gotten near playing it, the DM has ultimately dropped out. So, sad. It's okay, it's part of life. But the D6 is suddenly moving over.
Yeah, I'm helping you play Shadowrun.
Oh, yeah, just you need dice. No,
specifically, it's D6's the game.
When I played Exalted, I was rolling on my Perform Oratory skill, 20 D10s, and they exploded in 8s. Because double proficiency.
That's disgusting.
Yeah,
I made a bard.
Basically, the joke I'm making is that in Shadowrun, everything is done by D6.
Yeah.
It's like... Yeah. You need like 30 D6s to play that game.
I have 30 D6s, and like, well, I have more than that. I have a lot of D6s. The shiny clickety-clack dice make happy dragon.
Click-clack.
I don't just hoard instruments. I also hoard dice and so many other silly things. But, and so you're waiting for the guy to come to you, correct?
Correct. He's flipping through the worn Bible book of Carnaxis, question mark, while he waits for the moment. There isn't terribly much for him to do, and can't exactly just leave this guy waiting here while he picks up the battlefield, because he doesn't want the guy going away.
You have the
Bible-
ability to roll a knowledge religion, don't you?
That is not a knowledge I possess.
Got you. What about bardic knowledge?
I have draconic knowledge.
Oh, that's fine as well. You're free to roll that if you'd like on the name.
Sure.
Because soon I am going to transition between groups, which means we're going to probably put both streams on BRB while I set up the next scene.
Nat 20 plus my level plus.
Darren understands
Daniel.
about meat cleaver.
Let's see,
Oh.
20.
Me
Karn
too.
axes. Meat cleaver.
Oh,
Viv, we are pronouncing that correctly, aren't we?
Pronouncing what now?
Carnaxis?
That sounds right.
Okay.
Yeah, that should be correct. Otherwise, it would be the only other way an X can be pronounced, in at least in English, as far as I know, is an SH format. So it would be Carnacious.
Perfect. Let's switch the music and see if I can get something that's not battle music for... for lore dump time. Lore dump I've been holding on to for a long time.
28.
Oh no. Alright.
So somebody might want to go ahead and give backup notes to poor Kai during this. So when you guys are ready for a lore dump, it's coming.
So I'm going to assume that this Carnaxis probably at least had some temples before the islands fell below them, or the mist happened.
Carnaxis is the son of the god of the sun, Jabberjacks, and Owari. It is said that it is the first hatched child of these god, or the god and the undergod Owari, the god of, well, technically not a god. He's kind of a confusing sort, married to the god of the sun, and kind of the leader of the triad of gods that come from the dragon mythology in this world. He was known as the god of endurance, making his way through things. He carried a shield in honor of his father, and he carried a battle axe in order to really hurt people in honor of his other father. He has been known for typically standing up against great hardships and managing his way through. His presence disappeared shortly after the mist. And hey, Darren.
Yeah.
Your grandmother told you about him a lot. A whole lot when you were growing up. Now that you think about it more and more, she seemed to really like this fella. But as far as you're aware, there is almost no record of him in the libraries or anything like that, so he was just an afterthought for you. Which is strange.
Oh god, we're gonna go below the mists and find the sunken temple of Carnaxis.
It may be like your grandmother knows something about him. Carnaxis was technically a minor living god on Earth.
Varian caught it.
It is also said that Carnaxis, unlike his parents, did not ascend, and he stayed in the material plane to guard a special place that was known as some sort of magical haven that kept a lot of things alive. And there is your lore dump. Any questions?
I
think you've broken Kai.
Slightly. Like, my brain cannot. It's like, oh god, what question should I ask?
Well, you got some time. I think now's a good chance to go BRB so I can set the next map for everybody. So I'm going to throw my stream on BRB, and I might step away to get a drink because water's important. So y'all out there, go get a glass of water if you don't got water. I'm going to throw this stream on BRB so that way I can update the table, though. Because otherwise they're just going to be watching me drop a bunch of things and load a bunch of things. And that kind of sounds boring. Maybe.
You could, BRB, but keep the audio going, perhaps?
Yeah. I will just mute... I'll just pause the music then. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, feel free to discuss
So that we
things.
can- Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just...
Yeah, so, Son of Java Jackson Nawari. Wonderful. For those that are not familiar, that is, Dragon campaign characters from a while back. So,
I was not part of that
Yeah.
campaign, so my chat has no idea on that campaign.
That
Yep.
campaign was not streamed at all. It's probably a good thing it wasn't. Because dragons are dragons, everybody. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Some dragons are bad.
It was certainly an
Oh,
interesting
God.
campaign.
I'm kind of sad though that we didn't pull out our secondary characters for that.
Hey!
We had the idea of having a band.
We did. And I even had, like, a tertiary character that was a psychic. Because we all knew that it was super possible for us to die in that campaign, and none of us did, which is awesome.
Vari certainly fucking tried to
I-
die.
Came within 1 HP. I've done
Vari-
that so many
Vari
times.
went out of his way to try and get himself fucking killed.
Oh boy, the audience is in for a treat when we get to the Halloween episode.
Oh, speaking of which, we should discuss the Arrow was talking about potentially doing a double feature.
Mer?
As in a Friday and a Saturday, possibly, if we could make it work.
Was it Friday, Saturday, or Saturday, Sunday?
One of those?
It would have to
Arrow.
be Saturday, Sunday,
Yeah.
because the Starfinder game is back up.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Because it
what
was
for
on
the
hiatus for like 3 months.
the
Panda's game.
Okay, so we're talking what day is it going to be? The 30th and the 31st?
Yeah, I guess.
So the 30th should
that's
be
if
fine.
that's still a thing that Arrow wants to do.
Yeah, so I would be fine for the 30th. The 31st, I don't know if I'll be working a morning shift or an evening or an afternoon shift.
Ah.
Which would just mean I'd be like a couple of like 2 and a half hours later. So, because I would be getting off at 8, which means I wouldn't get home till like 9.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, technically, the other assistant manager does owe me a favor, so I could probably get out early on that day if I needed to. We'll see. I will talk it over with them when we have more concrete details.
Nimka posted the dragon chart.
Oh dear.
The interspecies crossbreeding chart.
Dragon, yes.
Yup.
Yep. And
Dragons and
apparently
nymphs.
all. What? Lizard folk and nymphs can't. Okay.
Yeah, I
that's
believe I
weird.
mentioned that before when we saw that chart. It's like, oh, that's a weird distinction, but okay.
No, hold on, where is lizard folk? No, lizard folk and nymphs can crossbreed. Nymphs
No,
are just-
dryads.
Oh, dryads. Yeah, why? Okay, that one's weird.
But plant lizards.
Amelia.
Since we already made a Skyrim joke, Argonians.
Sprites. I love how sprites just have maybes on 3 of them.
Wait, what are we looking at? Did someone post the book of erotic fantasy?
No, it's game related. The uh, uh, maybe it's from that. It's plausible, at least.
Why is that why is it I come back?
Yeah,
And
yes, that chart is from the book of erotic fantasy.
Yes, that is.
It is?
Why is it? Yes, it is. Why is it when I come back, you guys are talking about the book that like everybody hates, but secretly really really wants? Okay. I'm gonna start the music back up, and I'm just gonna go ahead and stream me changing the chant or the table for y'all. So we got this scene. So we're gonna grab all these people, bunch them up, stick them in the corner. Let's see. Do me a favor, Vari. Can you help me delete things? If you right click and delete. Never mind, I got it quick enough.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Then I need a. Oi.
Here, I'll do the eraser thing.
If you hit the trash can, I'll just make them all go away.
Here, I have a shitpost.
There we go.
Yep, and I should have a couple of assets I can just run and dump right into here to make my life very easy. There we go. Good enough, I think. Grab that. And that. That's all I need. Now I have everything on the table. So just people are aware, unfortunately, my power supply went out today in my PC. So the first thing I had to do this morning was run out and get a new power supply and install it on my PC. I do a lot of hot swaps in my PC because I also do a lot of PC repair and stuff like that. So, unfortunately, it took me a while because I had cables just kind of chilling in my case that I haven't used in probably years. Now, let's see. I don't need the big house. We're going to delete that. We want the Abbey. So, unfortunately, this was not pre-set up. I should have had this ready, but I didn't. And I am sorry.
Oh no, the DM is occasionally having to fly by the seat of their pants. It sounds like there's a reason why I periodically asked my group that I was DMing for, so will you do obvious plot thread A, slightly obvious plot thread B, or I don't fucking know, drop everything and become traveling banjo salesman?
Yes.
You're with a group of people that will do all of the above.
And they'll do it all at once, by the way.
Yeah, but the point I'm more or less making, not for you or anyone here, because we all know tabletop, it's that players will occasionally just do things that you're like, excuse me, what? That no sane person could have possibly planned for.
Yeah.
Oh, kind of like the going to the market district to try to drug deal as like teenagers in like
No, you see,
college
that could be planned for. You just sucked at it.
I will take one drugs, please.
That was literally a thing that Sumi said.
Alright, I'm gonna use, like, undead for this particularly. Which, by the way, happy Spoopy Month, everybody. Night of Spoops.
I've been streaming Spirit Hunter Deathmark, a horror adventure visual novel.
I gotta find a good horror game to use for everything, and we're gonna use a Cobalt for the Bard guy right now. And then I gotta drop in a couple more assets.
Important question is, do you want to do a spooky game or a fake spooky game?
I like psychological horror, so if anybody can suggest a good psychological horror that'll make me regret my life choices.
I have a couple suggestions then.
And they have to be like really good psychological horror. Like I've got an HDMI cable. I could replay Silent Hill. I have a capture card now.
Diego, what was that game that Arch was playing the other night that was mega messed up?
Arch plays so many games, you have to ask him.
Yeah, but his on-brand things just all year round are psychological horror.
His also on-brand thing is playing the game for one stream and then dropping it.
Fair.
So he goes through games so fast that I can't possibly keep track of which one he's playing right now. Unless it's Elite. Yeah. Elite is the thing he plays the most, and that is not a horror game.
I can make Elite horror.
You should also try playing Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion.
Oh gosh, I played through that. That is a game, alright.
Oh, Strangeland was what it was that was so messed up.
Isn't that like an old title? I don't remember. Alright, I've got things set. I've got my archers down, got my fighters down, got the bard. The bard. So the Group A. Boopy! So Group A, you guys, or Minuet is going to know very well that as he's getting close to town, that smell is getting stronger, and you can smell more people in this area. The trees are starting to drop away, and you guys are entering an open field, and in the distance, you can see the hints of what looks like old, dilapidated buildings, possibly a farmhouse in the distance. How do you all wish to approach this before getting there?
Okay, so, open field and, then, buildings and stuff. So, is it open field with, like, relatively high grass?
It's not necessarily... It looks like this area is well traveled, so when I say it's a field, it's got grass, but a lot of it's packed down. So it's going to be difficult to sneak out here.
Okay.
Is there anywhere around that has high ground?
This area is fairly hilly, but not enough to get the high ground and like shoot down at the area. They've picked a very good spot to avoid, you know, people sneaking in.
Yeah. But, they would never think that a tiny creature would be all they would have to be worrying about.
I mean, that depends. Are you going to ditch the rest of the group?
Okay, so upon seeing the situation, Minuet will kind of consult with the group and be like, so how you guys want to proceed here? Because I could go over there. I could probably kill people a lot. But, there's a lot of guys over there.
Yeah, going in alone is not a good idea.
What you think, Exodress?
Viv?
Sorry, my headset was muted.
Oh.
I don't know.
Okay, so I could start a distraction.
Actually, I could get in there without much difficulty. It'd take me a little bit, but... Remember, I can turn into gas.
Ah,
So at the very least, two of us could get in there and get the drop on them. Well, maybe our captain pelts them from a distance with,
and I mean, what about you other guys? And Minuet turns to the rest of the group.
They straight up,
Archers and such.
they straight up shrug, and one of them goes, "We're used to doing the guard thing, not the running out and killing things thing. But you all were convincing that we should. We don't know what we're doing here."
range support.
Yeah, you guys are y'all have bows. So,
Hang in the back,
yeah.
pelt them with arrows.
Yeah.
Cover the heavy
Be-
cannon, and I point to X.
Be the artillery.
They look down and go, "We don't have bows. We have swords. The other guys had bows."
But y'all, at least one of you, two, three, maybe. Darn it.
It's almost as if you left the bandit bows at the can.
Oh, I swear they were all archers to begin with.
Were they?
The
Think
bandits
so.
were.
The bandits were.
The bandits
know
were
that,
archers.
The one that helped Ixadrass kill the other dude
Yeah.
was point blank shotting the dude.
Oh,
with the
right.
bow.
You're correct.
The couple that were near me were archering too, I remember.
Nope, there is one. There's two archers with you. Oh my god, they are all archers. You guys brought the archers, not the melee fighters. Never mind. I thought the.
If the melee fighters got the shit beat out of them.
Yep, you're right. I am sorry. It was the melee fighters that got their asses kicked. I had it backwards. This was absolutely my fault. Yep, you got archers. And they're like, okay. Sorry. I forgot that I split them.
Anyways, yeah. So, sounded like a plan. Maybe, possibly.
They thumbs up. They're willing to try.
How is the wind today?
This is a field. Wind equals yes.
Wind equals which direction?
Probably alternating.
Yes.
Speculate. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if you've ever been into a plains-like environment before, but it tends to not go one direction.
Whoosh, whoosh, wash, whoosh, 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 wash.
Golf courses actually very particularly place trees to direct the wind in a certain angle to be steady. Fun facts. Fun facts.
Okay.
But it's not going to
So-
be heavy enough to like actually cause any difficulties for you guys in combat, because it is not storming.
Oh, I was more concerned about me in gaseous form.
You should be fine. There is wind, but it's not going to be like solid. It is not going to cause you an issue. Unless you
Okay,
can be blown
well-
away with a slight breeze.
It just states that I am subject to the effects of wind.
Yeah, that's high winds,
Oh.
so you're fine. You are fine.
Yeah. So, Minuet is going to, just, begin doing the sneaky thing and approaching.
Yep, go ahead and roll
Um,
your stealth, and you're going to go in gaseous form, and that means you also have to still roll stealth, but you get a bonus.
Okay. This is, hold on, calculator just to make sure.
Okay, what bonus am I going with?
I got the bonus, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
And, this is a 34 stealth for Minuet.
Mine is a 14 plus bonus.
Understood.
Wait,
Well-
no, hold on. It's actually a 15 plus bonus since my armor becomes a non-issue right now.
Understood. Let me do some rolls that Viv shouldn't look at, but he's going to. So I'm going to roll over
Well,
here.
now that you said something about it,
Nope. Don't get to see. Don't get to see. Got it. That's all I needed.
I wasn't even zoomed in.
I can be ninja, kind of. I could pretend to be, like, ninja-like. Not the streamer ninja, like, sneaky ninja.
You don't pretend to be. Ninja.
I need you guys to put yourself in the corner of the map. Over here somewhere.
Okay.
Choose thy positions.
Where is?
Um,
There I am.
not you yet. We'll get to you in a moment. I'm assuming you guys are hanging back and moving in separately, correct?
That you're referring to Viv and the Archers?
Yes.
That was the plan, yes.
Okay,
Well,
we'll get...
not even so much that they were going to move in separately, just that they were going to hang in the back and sling spells and arrows.
I will get you guys on the board. You guys will move into the board one round after combat starts. You two roll perception as you guys start to get into town.
Okay. Okay, so that is a 24.
Something high.
Something ridiculously high.
27.
As you guys are getting near the edge of town, you're going to notice the bard is staring at the odd cloud humanoid figure that is coming this way. Which will make sure that, unfortunately, you don't get surprise on him as he begins to get ready to perform, and that means... Is this Minuet? Who is this? That's Minuet. That means officially roll initiative, guys.
Woo.
Just these two?
Everybody.
Okay.
20.
Yep, make sure to place yourselves in the map. I'm going to move everybody right here.
Wow, I didn't roll terrible for initiative for once.
Thanks, Cirrus.
What, you rolled it terrible for initiative because of it?
No, I bounced it off of you and got a 20.
Oh, nice.
So, I'm gonna be all the way up here.
What the damn?
Excuse me, guys. I'm going fast.
Look, most of the time, Viv gets really terrible initiative rolls. Gotta pick
Yeah,
every
Yeah,
single
I
day.
would go fucking last every time if I didn't have improved initiative. AI rolls a 0. Still gets a better roll than me.
Well, shit. Poor bard.
Oof.
You're right, loser.
Oof.
Basically, we're going to have a surprise round in which us and the Bard act.
Yep, and then we'll go into regular initiative where I can move people on the board. So unfortunately, we're going to move past you this first round here because we're moving right to surprise round. Cirrus, you get an action before the bard starts to do his thing.
Okay, let's see, what do I have left? Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to... It's a free action to dismiss my spell, right?
Yes.
Okay. I will, of course, dismiss the gaseous form. And I will move in 30 feet, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And I will cast Iron Skin.
Understood. Hey, Minuet. You get one move. You've gotten your poem already, which, by the way, for the people that are in stream, let me read off the poem I wrote. Dang it. I should probably read that to the
Okay.
thing, because that is an open secret. It's not the thing. The alternate thing that's going on in the background that you guys will have to watch to understand more about.
I mean, the thing that we've not all figured out already, but our characters haven't figured out.
Darren stuff.
Oh, Darren? No, I thought we were talking variant stuff.
Yep, no, variant stuff I'm doing in public. Darren stuff I'm doing in private only because Darren has really great reactions to what I've been doing to him. So, as while the party was running towards here, little fox, running through the trees, make them laugh, make them cry, and bring them to their knees. Show them now, a true thief is never seen. Those who choose blade or blood will never be protected by me. Deep within, down below, a forgotten strength lays in woe. Feel thy desire and grasp it tight, a secret to increase your might. You call for me, yet you think I never show. I am here, around more than you know. You have my blood, you have my might. Show them all how Kitsune fights today. Throw he these words before you go, that what you all receive will surely show to those who made us give up what we truly are. If fight ahead, you will receive a deal worse than death you may in tow. Go now, revel in delight, for after this begins a real fight. It's something that Minuet has heard in his head while running out of here. During the last battle, he was hearing a laughter and a demand to do things violently in his head.
Huh?
So, Minuet, what are you going to do?
Okay. So, I do believe Minuet will, try to, kind of draw on that, strength that was, mentioned. Do some brief introspection.
Cool. I need you to roll.
As he's approaching.
I need you to either bullshit me a roll that is related to meditation or roll a concentration check to reach into yourself.
Okay, Okay, so... How about bluff?
Why?
Okay, so, this is, kind of, interaction between him and his god.
It's actually an interaction between you and yourself.
Well, yeah, that too. And, yeah, kind of...
Convinces himself of his own serenity, even though he's not.
Actually, the inverse, a sense motive.
I will allow a sense motive.
Okay. Though this is a garbage roll for Minuet, but it's better than a concentration. What? 26.
So you're familiar with Kitsune lore, correct? Like traditional Japanese Kitsune lore?
Uh-huh.
How do Kitsune typically react when they're slighted?
Very, very poorly. Usually with like,
With murder.
oh, yeah, with like the soul fire and, wonderful, terrible stuff and illusions and, yeah, fun stuff.
So there's this deep nagging thing that these men demanding anything from you. especially those that can't steal without being seen and must demand blood and gore, when a proper thief would never be seen doing the acts and never draw blood. And these men have probably murdered before, sink something very not so happy in you. Now you want to cause a lot of things. Murdery things. Blood sounds nice.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to add one more thing to this. Foxes are predators. These guys thought they could get away.
Yeah.
You want
Particularly.
blood.
Okay.
That will be your action. You are still hidden. But that is your surprise action, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Skipping. Skipping. Moving to them. Skipping. Bard. Inspires competence, which causes everybody to look over at the one that just casted the spell, as they all suddenly realize, holy crap, somebody's here.
Just surprise, motherfuckers. Right in the middle of everybody.
Ix, you are allowed to move yourself to here at furthest. I'm going to draw a line in the sand here. Give me the pen. Thank you.
Yeah.
There we go. Ix, you move into the battlefield. Your first ability to fully act will be next turn. Okay? I'm assuming Ix is still there, so we should be okay. Cirrus.
Viv, are you muted again, Viv?
No,
No.
Okay.
You just weren't saying anything.
Yep.
I was just told I was allowed to move, so I moved.
Yeah.
Is there anything else I can do, or is it just a movement round?
It's going to be a movement round, but you're in the battle officially as of now, so you are able to react if you have reactions or free effects you want to take effect now.
One thing I wanted to do was cast Mage Armor on myself, but that'll have to wait.
You could have done that last round, so I'll allow that to have happened beforehand.
Okay.
Yep.
Woo! Now I need to put my armor enhancement on.
Oh.
Cirrus.
I will move 30 feet in, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then I'll cast Hedging Weapon.
Fantastic. So this is the first time you've brought
Second time.
in the weapon, correct?
This is the second time you already described it as your cool Draconic Longsword.
Yes, the longsword with the words etched never into it, diamond tipped with a Celtic pattern that is worn out. Cool. Neat. I like describing things. Dang it, that's half my job as a DM. Past, throw things to die, apparently. Fine, I won't describe it again. Fine.
So I'm just going to say this. I'm also going to... I assume everyone here has Dark Souls before. I'm going to what is it?
Yeah. Oh no.
So I missed the description. If Arrow wants to describe it again.
I can just send you a picture of it later. I have a few renders of it.
Oh, it was the weapon
sword.
that she
Yeah.
punched. Right.
Yep,
Oh, okay.
Era's blade. His very scary blade. Alright, so you cast that, you moved, that means it goes to Minuet. Hey, Minuet.
Okay, so sadly I can only single move while stealth.
Mm-hmm.
There's this dude, but he is a small fry. I'm focusing on Mr. Bard over there. So I'm gonna just single move.
Okay.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. And remaining stealth.
Understood. We're gonna go ahead and drop it
If that'll
down.
work.
Yep. Not on the field yet. They were told to protect you, so they're going to move up in formation. How's that make you feel, Bari? Is Ix feeling like a captain now? And that's their turn, unfortunately. These guys. Oh God. 5. Actually, 5, 15, 5. Not quite. 5, 15, 5, 15, 5. Can charge. Can charge. Can charge.
Oh boy.
Don't worry, these guys aren't as strong as you think they are. This guy's gonna move here.
Just because I can. There we go. That makes me feel better.
Okay. Sirius, I apologize in advance, but these guys are not as strong as you think they are, but they get a +2 bonus right now, so that's +4, 5, 6, 7. 17 does not hit your AC, correct?
No, 17 doesn't even sort of hit my AC.
What about 20?
Nope.
Why am I not adding the +2? That should have been 22.
Nope.
Yep, then this last guy won't hit. As I said, they're not as strong as you think, or as they should be. It's the archers that you should probably be more afraid of, because reasons. Not that one. That one has a broken bow, apparently. Did he confirm? Yeah, he did. God.
Is it another twang and dude looking really sad?
Yes.
Wah, wah,
Dude, what's funny? You recognize this guy from before. It's like he's done this before.
Oh, right, that guy ran away.
Yeah, guess what he's probably going to do this time. 20 does not hit your AC. Does not hit. $25 hit your AC?
Nope.
Well, fuck,
Oh,
these peons are going to do
fucking-
absolutely
fucking-
nothing.
Fucking iron skin.
And hedging weapons. Those are both defensive spells.
Yep.
That's
I've got an AC of 26 right now.
Alright. Alright. Alright.
I imagine since that one only didn't hit because of the hedging weapons, that the arrow flies towards me and the sword slices it out of the air.
Yes. Very muchly
That's
so.
beautiful.
Fortunately, it was one off from being a nat 20, so they can only roll nat 20s against you. At least the peons can. They're going to have to change tactics. We're going to go ahead and drop down to the bard, who has used a lot of his spells very recently. Let's see what he has left here. Where's my list? Where's my list of... Excuse me, spells. Side. Ah. Come on, load. There it is. You know what? Just for amusement's sake, because he has it, the archer that just lost his bow, he's gonna call weapon off of him. And just use his move to restring it. So this guy has no bow at all. He's just like, nah, we're done with this. Give me. Just because I find that funny. And for some odd reason, I gave him call weapon. Ixodras, it is your turn.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so these guys are a good ways away, but
Which means I can't do anything.
aw.
The only thing I've got is magic missile.
You can move up.
I mean, yeah. You could double move even if you really wanted to. Of course, your guards would panic, but that's fine.
Yay! No.
Yes.
Look on my stream for a second. This is, well, what is it?
Ah. Oh, T-pose to assert dominance. Got it.
It's not just T-posing to assert dominance. It is actively asserting dominance in the T-pose. It is, come on, come the fuck on.
T-pose! T-pose!
Yeah, this was the original T-pose dominance.
So to explain why I've never played Dark Souls, I had a person that lived on my couch for a while, a couch surfer dude, who talked so much about Dark Souls, to the point where I know the plot of Dark Souls, and I have never even watched somebody play more than 30 seconds of it before leaving their stream. I know more about Dark Souls lore than I care to know, so I refuse to touch it. Because I just have no interest now. Because he talked about it so much.
We have played the board game though, which I don't think actually counts.
The board game was okay. Still, I have absolutely no interest in the series. He talked about it every moment that he and I were ever alone in a room, because he thought I would like it so much that he had to talk about it nonstop. Needless to say, not playing it.
I still have the character boards and cards out, by the way.
Oh,
Yep. They're just moved out of the way.
We'll get back to it. Bring it to con.
Yes.
Ray of Frost on the one to Sirius's right.
I'm assuming that is this one?
Yes.
Right, roll your touch attack, please.
Where is my dice? There it is.
I think there's a fortitude.
is Ray of Frost the one that you can focus?
Ray of Frost is. Oh, I think it does have a focus. Yeah, hold on, let me double check.
The alchemical power component?
Alchemical ice.
Alchemical ice should work on that one, if I'm not mistaken.
RD.
Yeah, but I don't recall if that's the one that has it as focus, or I just pulled it up. Yeah, Alchemist Ice, Ray of Frost, F. Yeah, so one extra cold if you use a Alchemist Ice as a focus, which means that it doesn't burn the Alchemist Ice.
I think I actually have some Alchemist Ice.
I think you got one. At
Yeah,
one point.
we intentionally bought you some.
That's true. Fair enough. Then yes, I'll be using it as a focus to do 1 extra ice damage if this even fucking hits.
What do you hit?
10 or 11.
11 is meets it, beats it for touch attacks.
Woo! And let's see, Ray of Frost is what, like a 1d3 or yeah, 1d3. So I'm doing 1d3 plus 1 damage, I think.
I thought Ray of Frost was 1d.
1d3.
Oh, flat. You. Okay, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's a cantrip.
True.
Which means he's never going to run out of it. He's always going to be able to frost laser people.
I don't think I have a d3. I have
It's a
yeah.
d6 divided by 2.
Yep,
Okay.
round up.
D3 isn't exactly a shape that can easily exist.
I have D3s in real life.
3.
I know, but they're not a shape that can easily exist.
Yeah.
Oh, they are so weird.
They're neat. I like them. I'm kind of tempted to go out and buy all the D3s possible. 3 damage it is. He has taken 3 damage.
4 total.
4 damage.
Technically, I can make it do more damage using my trait, but yeah, why would
Yep,
you?
that's a D3.
Yeah, this is a D3. Like I said, it's not a shape that easily exists.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Looking at that, you can
Yeah.
just see the dice is like, kill me.
I have cooler ones, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and post on my stream what he's showing, and then I'm going to show the ones that I have at some point in time, because I like mine. Copy image link. So for my stream and YouTube land, let's see.
Just so we're all clear, a D2 is officially a coin.
Yeah. So this was shown on Taego's stream. Now I can delete that because there's a weird statue in the background. I like my D3s because they're a little bit different. I don't see mine on here. Oh, there we go. There's mine. Let's see if I can even steal this image link. Yes, I can. And image, add, new, add source. I got D3s more like this. And I like mine. And this will now go up in the corner. And it's just going to sit there while I DM for a little bit. Alright. So Ix did 4 damage. It's going to drop down to Cirrus. Hey, Cirrus. Y'all surrounded.
Yeah. So, casting a spell might not be the best idea right now.
Maybe not.
So I'm going to take a 5-foot step and cast a spell.
One attack of opportunity. Ah.
And I'm casting Stunning Barrier.
Nice, he misses. He, they, them, whatever it is. Currently, it looks like it is just a skeleton. They're that
He's the
skinny.
Mr. Skellington.
That's his name. Dang it, we named an NPC.
Oh no.
Okay, well, that's it. Could be it for my turn because I can't actually make a real move after that.
Yep,
Oh,
then
no.
it's going to drop down to Minuet, who is doing stealthy things.
So, like, does this mean all these guys are basically Fortnite players, but with Halloween skins on?
Tap out.
Also,
No.
Dart, you named an NPC. You've made the same mistake I did when I named the guy who went crazy because he saw a burning bush.
Jesus?
Okay.
No, Jesus did not see the burning bush.
I know.
That
That
was
was...
Oh my god!
The only person here who would know about that... Okay, so maybe Vari would know about that
I've heard about
NPC,
it.
but frickin' Viv would know about that NPC.
Which one?
The one who went crazy after seeing the druid who had transformed into a burning bush.
Oh yes, him. Wasn't he like Private Johnson or something?
Yes, and he got cryogenically frozen by the same druid. Because Blizzard.
How did
I mean,
Tully
let's
left
face it,
Christianity a long time ago?
Let's face it, with all of the stuff they've been sued for lately, getting cryogenically frozen is probably one of the better things Blizzard could do to you.
Oof.
Anyways, so move action. But also, Minuet's gonna try a thing. In that, he's in fox form.
Yes, he is.
But he's going to try manifesting his Bawu.
I need you to actually roll a concentration check this time for real.
Okay, cool. Uh, 17 plus what's that?
5.
Hmm?
So 17 plus 5?
No, what's the, what stat am I adding to
Oh.
17?
Constitution is...
Okay, so this is a 19 then.
19 is not enough. You are not going to manage to pull out your Baru. You feel as you try to do it, it start to come. You feel so close, and then you realize that something's going to go terribly wrong if you force it.
Woo. $350 penalty.
I didn't know we were enforcing that rule. As the DM, I reserve the right to woo whenever I feel like it. Though no oohs allowed. Your oohs can go back to Gen Z.
Woo.
Ix, go to the corner.
No.
I will put you in the corner.
Nope.
Anyway, so that's my turn.
Fantastic. That's your turn. Not there yet. Here they come again. 5-foot step. 5-foot step. They're gonna try and be smart. Nope, he's gonna go there. This one can finally charge in. 515, 515. There's also Sorcerer on the field now, so... Warriors are going to try and take care of the warrior thing first. We're going to do the flanking ones first. No, and... No. We're going to move on to the non-flanking ones with a no and a no. You get the feeling that these guys around you are not exactly the high-paid ones or very good at being fighters. They're probably just shit. Archer 1 equals no. Archer 2 equals no. Archer 3 equals... Wow, can't roll. Let's see. That one can reach X. That one cannot. So one more Archer on that, and then one at the Sorcerer. Not 16. Or 26.
Sirius is literally moving like they do.
Yep, X.
Yes.
Does 24 hit your AC?
Incredibly.
Arrow! It'll be 4 damage, and technically these guys were supposed to move in front of you first. And fire, so I did that a little backwards. I am sorry.
Alright.
You're gonna take that damage. I'm gonna have the NPCs go. Let's see if they can actually, with their little minor +2s, hit. No? Ooh, one of them might actually hit. Yes. No? Oh no. Well, he saved it. You hear a twang, and it sounds like the bowstring is almost about to break behind, or in front of you, as this one nearly does. And this one, the first one, so they'll swing at that. And 2 damage to this one. Yay, high damage go. The Bard. Does he wish to do anything in particular other than fire the bow that he just stole off of somebody? What am I talking about? This guy's supposed to be running away like a pussy. It's gone.
Aww.
That one was supposed to run.
That's the guy I was about to fucking target next turn. Damn it.
Sorry.
Just watch, he's going to upgrade into a rifleman, and he's going to make that blow up in his face too.
He can't really do much with those spells.
I'm gonna...
Alright, so yeah, he is actually going to fire the bow. So he's going to keep his performance up. He's going to move here, and he is also going to target the Sorcerer. Because he knows magic. He ain't dumb, and he's going to roll a 2 and completely miss as he looks at the bow and goes, oh, maybe that guy didn't suck.
Maybe the bow is just shit.
He breaks it over his knee and goes, you know what, I can conjure a better one. And let me take a brief moment because I'm out of water here, and we'll start at the top of the initiative. Just gonna leave the table open. Burb, I'm gonna get water. Get water, people. Water's good for you.
This is
Also,
why I just have
I
giant
can move
ass
through-
bottles with me at all times.
I can move through allied spaces, right?
Yes.
Bard has made the biggest fucking mistake of his life.
Oh no.
He tried to shoot
1,
me.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Within range.
It's imagining the thought process that would have to be going on, though. Because, at first I just materialize, and then I just walk into them, progressively just casting a spell after casting a spell after casting a spell.
Uh-huh.
There was a part where an arrow got sliced out of the air as it came towards me.
Uh-huh.
I really need to put ranks into Intimidate.
Something about getting intimidating or demoralizing or dazzling display.
I don't even know about that. I just want, when I'm doing this, I could just look at them, smile, and say, run.
And then the music starts.
You are the Dark Souls boss. Huh, I guess that makes them all hollows.
You see, Sylvantis, honestly, it comes down to this being more of a bluff than anything. Because while I am an amazing tank, I've got a bonkin' stick. I've got a non-lethal bonkin' bag. And I've got a net. That's about my melee capabilities. So I can wade in there and be like, you nerds don't stand a chance. But then I can, basically not do much after that.
There you go. 14 seconds of meme is in-game related.
No.
Basically.
Oh yeah, run by AWOL Nation.
Damn! Honking at me.
Yeah.
Jeff's also a cutie. And Sylvantis is a cutie. Sylvantis is also a bully. Meh! Varian's a bully.
Ba 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 ba. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Hey Ix, it is Yoi Choin Foist. Top of the initiative.
Cool. Oops, sorry. Well, we're gonna go with the classic grease.
On.
This square right here between DeBard and Mr. Skellington with the 4 damage on him.
The Bard. Go ahead and draw your box, because we shall needs it.
It's a 10 meter or 10 foot base, right?
Yeah, so
That
it's not
means-
gonna get both of them.
Well,
I don't think.
it's a 10-foot radius.
Oh, okay, okay.
So I
Like,
actually
if you were to
think-
place it, can you see where my box is
Yeah.
boxing? If you were to place it there, you would be able to get all 3 of those dudes.
Yeah.
Oops.
I got it.
Mm,
Maybe? There we go.
oh, there it went.
Sorry.
It's gone.
Whoa.
What the?
What
No.
what are you
No.
drawing?
I'm trying to fucking god damn it.
Use the square tool.
All right, I can't do that. I forgot that's a tool. Okay. What? What?
It's the objects, don't worry about it.
Like here, basically.
Fucking object collision. I need to turn that off.
Also,
Okay, so when
goddamn it.
you've centered it on this square here.
Should I not?
Well, how many? What's its?
It's
Okay, if you-
fine, but you've ruined my plan, kind of.
If you-
Except it.
Okay,
Okay, I'm
which
gonna
square
go
did
with
you
my
s-
original plan then.
Oh.
Do. Original plan.
okay. If it's a 10-foot radius, Viv, you gotta work on what your 10-foot radius means. So you've centered it on this square.
Yes.
Okay, then that means that at a 10-foot radius, that is hitting.
It's a little.
Is hitting.
One more
No, I
north.
think it's one.
That is a 10-foot radius. 10 feet in every direction. Oh, that's not even right.
Yeah, no, I think a 10-foot radius spell results in being something like this.
I got it over here. Usually, oh, somebody erased it. So a 10-foot radius, usually you choose a corner. So this is a 5-foot, or this is 5 foot, and this is 10 foot. So you usually choose a corner. So if you choose a corner like this, it'll end up looking like this. So it's a 4x4 square.
God damn it.
I got it. The hell? Just do another. Do a second one.
The line. Yeah, just undo it. Undo it.
There we go.
My eraser doesn't actually like to erase.
The eraser tool in this game does not like to erase. So it should be 4x4.
That
And
or one more.
That's
Yep, there you go,
and
4x4.
then 4.
There.
there we go. So all those that are in there have to make your reflex save, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get some templates made up for you guys, I think, just to make life easier. What's DC?
It's either 15 or 16. Hold on, let me check. It is 15.
Got it. When the peons actually saves. The bard actually saves.
Rip.
And the last guy. actually saves.
God damn it. Grease, why have you failed me?
Still hasn't failed you. That's the thing. They just didn't fall down immediately.
Well, yeah, if they try to move through it, they either have to move really fucking slowly or fall over. Or, you know.
The thing though is I
am going to have to make some rolls myself now.
It's going to
Well-
be hilarious.
Yep.
If you. Yep.
This is either going to go really interestingly, or it's going to be Benny Hill again.
Yeah, because my target is the bard, and now I have to go into that mess to do.
What is the fox's jump? Oh no, that would
Athletics?
be acrobatics, wouldn't it?
That's athletics.
Yeah, my acrobatics is 13, and my
you're
reflex
fine.
is 13.
Your acrobatics is 13. You're fine.
Yeah, there's a 5% chance or something, probably.
No.
No, it's
You
running jump
literally-
is 10 plus the amount of feet that you have to go, so 5, 10, 15. 25 would be your DC to jump from the edge of the grease onto him.
Oh no. What I was saying is, if he just wanted to move through the grease, he literally can't fail with a 13.
He can. He can roll a 1.
Because
Crit fails don't work on skill checks, I thought.
No, skill check, it's a save.
It's a
yeah.
save.
No, it's an acrobatics check.
No, it's a reflex save.
Mm,
The acrobatics was brought up because of jump. It is a reflex save against your spell. That one I know for sure.
Yeah.
That is one thing that I've had to memorize, thanks to you guys.
And yeah. But anyways, yeah. So next person
A
is
creature can
Cirrus,
walk
though.
through an area of. Any creature in the area when the spell is cast has to make the reflex save or fail. If you try to move through it, you can go through it at half speed with just a DC 10 acrobatics.
He's not going to be going through the
I'm
half
not
speed.
going to half speed.
Yeah.
No, it is. Yeah.
Just saying.
Okay, well, I'm gonna take a 5-foot step into the grease, and then I'm going to use the thing that was meant to be one of my defining character traits.
Go for it.
Throw my snag net at the dude.
Go ahead and roll it.
And by the dude, I of course mean the bard. Let's say 14 plus stuff on range touch. Where are my attacks? Let's say 22 on range touch.
Will hit on range touch.
Okay, and that means he is entangled, and I shall now attempt the combat maneuver to trip him.
Oh no.
I tripped that skeleton. 13 combat maneuver is... I believe I would also gain the +1 from this being masterwork on the combat maneuver check.
Yeah, it's a CMB versus CMD.
Yeah. So, CMB.
It's what?
It's strength plus base attack bonus.
Yeah, strength plus base attack bonus.
I'm trying to find where my combat... I know I've got combat maneuver bonus listed somewhere on this sheet. Don't I?
Yeah, it's right, but it's right beneath ranged attack modifier if you're using the same sheet as I am.
Ah, there it is, CMB. Yeah, so that would be 13 plus 1 for the masterwork, 14, and I am attempting a non-lethal combat maneuver against someone I have lawful quarrel with, since these bandits were specifically stated to be someone that the bounties are out on.
Yep.
So my trait actually comes in on this one.
Yep.
Okay,
And
so what's your
so-
total?
22.
Yes, will succeed against the bard. He is tripped. Hey, not X. Hey, Minuet.
All right.
Entangled. He is tripped and entangled.
Tripped, entangled, and in grease.
And about to have a fox jumping on his face. Kind of, a little bit. Or rather, beginning the mauling. Because, yeah, move action. Oop, oop, oop. What? Okay, there. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, I'm gonna have to make that reflex save and
Yep.
not roll a 1. And then, yeah, bite attack once.
At the
if I
very
don't
least,
end
one
up-
of these has to be denying him his dex, right?
Yes, several of these things are denying him his dex. Really quickly, though, give me one moment. I need to send you something very specific, and I need to find it first.
Okay. Also, it was not a 1, so, yeah,
What
that
was
was
your
a
total?
reflex of 19.
Good to know. I just sent you something, Vari.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead and read over that before you roll here.
Okay. Okay.
Now roll.
Okay. Okay, so rolling attack. This is going to be bite at a plus 12. 24 to hit. Plus any other modifiers.
Definitely hits.
Okay. And coming out of stealth, so a sneak attack dice. Okay. Okay.
Just
so-
being prone would deny him his dex to begin with.
Okay, so and then okay, that is 10 and then 15 points of damage.
Good to know. He is still...
Oh wait, sorry. Hold on. That's 15 on the dice plus plus 7. So,
22.
22 points of damage.
He is still up. But...
He's not.
Grease, net on his ass. Fox on top of him.
He's alive. He's not up.
Vari. Will save.
Uh-huh. Will save. Okay. Give me a second. Rolling. And that is one minute. 16.
Fantastic. You have 2 tails currently.
Woo!
Well, he can fly.
He's got one that is his normal color, and the other one is blood red. From the big house, a very elderly man steps out. He looks like he is struggling to walk and looks over the group and goes, "You're all in my yard, causing a mess again." Now it is Team Archer Viv's side. Needs to fix their bow, so we're skipping them. Will hit somebody. Will not. Will hit somebody. Will not. Hit. 5 whole damage. Woo! Cool. Now it is enemy's turn. Mr. Skeleton's gonna take a 5-foot step back. He's gonna sheath his blade and go, "You know, I'm just a mercenary. This ain't worth their shit. You paying better?"
We're paying that you might not die.
Meh. 5, 15, 5, 15. Just starts to walk away.
Good diplomacy there. Good diplomacy.
Does not hit because it's not a nat 20. Does not hit because it's not a nat 20. Does not hit because it's nat 20. Not a nat 20. Let's see.
One of my favorite book series. I'm an American. Our idea of diplomacy is showing up with a gun in one hand and a sandwich in the other and asking which you'd prefer. You have a sandwich? Who do I look like? Kissinger?
Viv does 19 hit your AC.
Yes.
With mage armor?
Yup. Mage armor only takes me to 18.
Oh,
6
really?
damage. And 5-foot step. 5-foot step, aiming at the caster over there. That is, or not the caster, the cleric.
I'm a caster.
Wang. Ooh, nat 20 finally. Does not confirm. So you're getting hit at least once there, Cirrus. Once this battle. Okay, it's BO now. This one lost his bow. Nat 1 followed by a nat 2. 6 damage. He actually got you good. Cirrus takes 6 damage. Bard. Reaction to strength check out. And he has to hit. What's the D? Oh, that's not even a spell. What's the DC of the net? It's probably just 15, huh?
The escape artist DC to escape a snag net is 22.
Right, so yeah, he would have to do a CMB versus CMD and fail epically, unfortunately. Because that ain't gonna work, no matter what you say. He's a bard. Top of the round.
He doesn't. Well, he doesn't have what is it? The something or other of freedom.
Freedom of movement?
Longer
No,
freedom?
no, the no, it's or sorry, liberating command.
I think that's a special. Liberating command, let me look.
And if it is a
Pretty sure that's
spell,
a bard spell.
yeah, if it's a spell, the
Oh,
DC
right.
you cast while entangled in a snag net is 17 plus the spell's level.
Yeah, he doesn't even have that spell on his list.
Okay, okay.
He does not have it currently. He burnt a lot of his spells on Darren earlier, unfortunately. Anyways, so... he's struggling. He is going to go ahead and try and just swing a dagger at Minuet and take massive negatives. What's your AC, by the way, Minuet?
21.
Yeah, he ain't hitting that right now. Okay. Bard is kind of in Fucksville. Hey, Ix.
Yep.
Yoi choin.
Oh boy.
I mean, I believe some of these guys are taking pot shots at you.
Yeah. Fuck you. I still have plenty of time left in my half dragon form. Yeah.
You gonna
I'm gonna
shift?
get. Yes, I'm gonna get more AC.
Neat.
All right, so that's my swift action. And next action is going to be.
I also like how this old man is either harmless or incredibly dangerous, and there isn't an in-between.
I mean, he's kind of prone with somebody on him and
No,
netted.
the old man. The old man.
No,
Oh,
the Oldman.
the old man.
Oldman.
Old men come in two varieties, incredibly dangerous and incredibly frail.
That was my medication. His name is not Oldman.
Yep.
Stop naming
Is
NPCs.
his first name Gary?
Yes.
Cool. All right. I need to add my stats again. I believe it was
There, I
Eight.
fixed it.
6, 4, and 2.
Oh no.
So it's okay. I got those in the wrong one. So 6, 2. All right. Excellent day. All right. We're going to Magic Missile Dub Bard.
Magic missile that bard. The bard.
Dear bird.
Sylvantis, unfortunately, Mary Dullman was his wife. But then he was a dumbass, so she left.
Oh no.
Alright, so 3d6.
The problem with talking to two chats at once.
30. Magic Missile. So that is 13.
That puts him at 35. Understood.
Pew!
Pew pew, motherfucker.
Well, more like boom, boom, boom.
Hey, Cirrus. Cirrus.
Yes, I'm here.
Your turn.
Yes, I can move at half speed, so I can move,
I mean, I've got the bard.
yeah, but I do have kind of a collection of other people.
Yes.
But you know what? I can move half speed. Wait, no, that would be, yeah. No, I couldn't. I can't flank with you.
Aww. That's fine though. It's fine.
Wait, I don't need to flank with you.
You could-
He's prone.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll take a 5-foot step. Drawing my sap.
Oh.
And, bonk.
Go ahead and roll it.
That is a, 21 to hit. And 4 non-lethal damage.
4 non-lethal. I actually have to mark that separately. 4 non-lethal damage has been applied. And I believe that is the end of your turn, so that brings us to Minuet.
Ooh, I just thought of something absolutely dirty I'll be able to do once I get to the next tail thing. My tail can make combat maneuvers.
Uh-huh.
I can keep
I'm gonna-
tripping them.
5-foot step. And then I'm going to do the bitey bite again. Oh. Okay, so that's a 16? Yeah, 16.
Flat-footed, yes.
Okay, cool.
Because they're kind of denied their dex, and they get a -4 to melee attacks right now.
I get a +4 to ranged attacks.
Oh, hold on, let me look at that.
I believe prone grants bonus to ranged attacks.
Yes, bonus to ranged attacks, but a negative to melee.
Yes.
So yeah,
15,
that will
14.
hit right now.
Okay, so that is a 21 damage if it hits.
Yep, it hits. Let me see what he's at. 35 plus 21.
As Fox just steadily chewing on dude.
He looks pretty well fucked right now. You have 2 blood red tails in your regular white tail. You are a medium creature, or you are a small creature now.
Oh.
As you're getting coated in blood.
This would mean the bite damage increases, correct?
Next turn.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, it goes up a hit dice, or not a hit dice, a damage dice.
Yes, next turn.
Yeah, so it'll be...
Yeah.
This man is going to move up here. And does he have the spell I think he has?
Incredibly dangerous.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
Just watch, he's going to cast something like... Oh, I don't know. Entangling growth. If you won't get off his lawn will take care of you.
No, what he does is he pulls out a match, flicks it, and then casts a spell. And everybody... Let's see, so that's 5... Oops, that's not what I wanted. Delete that. I wanted...
Oh, okay. Oh boy!
Everybody in here needs to roll a will negate and a fortitude. Or hold on, let me double check this. Hold up. No, just a will save. As that match that he flicks bursts into a burst of blinding fireworks.
16.
Oh, flare burst.
No, pyrotechnics.
Oh, okay. That's a 25 will.
Well, I fucking failed.
You're not even in the
You
burst.
aren't even in it.
Oh, okay. I just heard a fucking do a will save. So
You get treated to a pyrotechnic show.
Nope, you see him flick a match and it turned into a bunch of fireworks. Oh, Bard's fucked. And what about the rest of his guys? He's alright. He's alright. He's okay. He's okay. He's not okay. And he shouts, "Get off my lawn! If you're going to grab people, bringing them to my land, and you're an shame to the family name!" Oldman points at the bard on the ground. Get off my lawn, all of you! All of you!
So, did 16 save?
Yes.
Okay.
On the nose. Alrighty. There's a couple of blinded people on the field now. Let me make sure I got that right.
Also, I'm really surprised that with a spell named Pyrotechnics, it doesn't have the light descriptor.
Yeah.
1d4 plus 1 rounds of blindness.
Ooh, that's rough.
4 rounds.
Have you ever stared directly at fireworks? That seems short.
Old man is done. It moves on to team that. 5, 10, 15, 20. Can't really do much when your bowstring keeps breaking. Miss. Hit. Miss. Miss. Why did I roll a d4 when I needed to roll a d6? These
This
questions
is-
will never be known.
This is why you don't get Wally brand equipment, everybody.
Wally brand. Quarter the price, quarter the quality.
Guaranteed to fail.
Alright, that is their turn. It is going on to them. Blinded. Blinded. Okay. So we're going to have those two fire on the sorcerer. Nope. And, oh, double twos. Look at that. Get some 2 spam in the chat at this rate. They're blinded. They have no idea what's going on, so... Moving back, ending turn. The bard has, like, nothing left for good spells.
Well, he's also mega fucked in a lot of ways.
He puts his hands up in surrender. Ixodras.
Yes.
Yoy Twain.
Oh no.
He's blind, he's prone, he's in a net, he's greased. He gives up.
He gave up.
The bard did.
Cool. Oh, that's the one I ray of frosted. That's funny.
Is this missing Sellington? Yeah, he was gonna walk away more. He's just walking away.
He's like, yeah, I'm done. I'm out of here. Later, nerds.
Not getting paid enough. This is high level shit. Bye. Goodbye.
I'm gonna.
Fuck this shit.
Can I
I'm
make
going
a-
home.
Could I make a diplomacy roll right now?
You can in your turn.
Okay.
You're gonna try and hire him.
No.
All right. Well, I'm going to ray of frost this one.
Which one? Oh, got it. Okay.
Pew. The right button for that. Where is my dice? There you go. Does I think it's 17 hit?
Yes.
Cool. And I'm doing the focusy thing because I still have my ice. So that will be 1d3. 2.
2?
Yeah, well, 2 plus 1, so 3 damage total.
Not quite enough to put him down, unfortunately. Almost.
Pew.
Well, that's when the archers, so not as much almost. They have more HP than the fighters do. The fighters are just low people. They're hired help. Cirrus, you want to roll diplomacy?
Okay, first thing I want to do is I want to cast a glance at Minuet.
Mm-hmm.
Minuet,
Minuet definitely.
How chainy is Minuet right now?
Minuet definitely seems kind of conflicted in that he's got his hands up. So yeah, that's Era's call if there's chains involved.
No, there's just laughing. Laughing in your head. So Minuet looks conflicted.
Okay, I'm going to use my turn to try to talk to both Minuet and the remaining bandits.
Roll your diplomacy, tell me what you're saying.
Okay, to Minuet, I will say that he's surrendered and he's related to the wizard. We don't want to make another enemy. And to the bandits, I will say, your leader has surrendered. You should do the same.
Roll an intimidate, actually.
Okay, well, I get to do at least diplomacy with Minuet, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, with Minuet, that will be my reroll.
That will be a reroll.
Much better. That will be a 29.
Minuet can roll either a will save or a diplomacy. Or listen. That is player choice.
Diplomacy would be gonna.
Ha!
God fucking damn it.
Yeah, the dice have spoken.
The
It's
dice
your
have
turn.
spoken. Roll your intimidate. They're Mr. Nice.
Actually going to be pretty good. That's only a 19, but I mean, for my intimidate, that's not bad.
Right, and you will see what happens to a certain degree here shortly. Hey, Minuet, it is your turn. He made a really good point. Another enemy would be a bad thing, and you're not in the game of making enemies.
There.
And you have gotten him to surrender.
Is there a immediate response to my internal monologue?
It depends on what your action is. Are you going to stop or are you not?
Well, with the how well those rolls happened, yeah, Minuet is going to at least pause. Kind of do the whole, like, not actually, well, like,
They're still around the
but-
neck, but the throat is not currently being ripped out.
Right, yeah, that legit. That sounds pretty. Kind of the looking questioningly and almost like within inches of the coup de grace.
So you're gonna hear the laughing die. Oh. Well, I guess this is okay. And the tails disappear.
Okay, well, Minuet kind of looks back at his tail
Just one.
and kind of waggles it a little bit, and then
Minuet shrink
goes
back down.
to-
Yep.
Yep. So yeah, effectively holding my action is what I'm doing.
Old Man Scary sees people starting to surrender will move up here and be like, I can do it again. You all need to get off my lawn. Take these tents and set them on fire or do whatever. I'm tired of you all being on my lawn causing trouble. Out! Hey, Ix, your little crew is going to look back at you and be like, what do we do?
I mean, I guess we can leave. We've got Mr. Bardman, right?
They turn and start to walk away then. They're just like, oh, okay.
Like, we've captured the guy we came out here to capture, right?
Well, I mean, I think we kind of also want or bandits as well. As far as I'm concerned, the mercenaries who were not on the bandit raid might not even know what they were getting into. They could have just been hired to guard the camp, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Ixadrash will just, fucking... Like, okay, so which ones are the mercenaries? The skeletons?
Yes.
I'm assuming the bandits are the other ones?
Yep.
Bandits are the Zumbertos.
Yep, zombies are the bandits. The mercenaries are definitely they're definitely low tier mercenaries.
Ixadrash is just gonna look at the mercenaries that are left and go, you guys really wanted to die defending a bandit camp when you could just leave?
You hear one of them say, that's a good idea. And
They fuck off.
they all passed the intimidate check and realized, oh fuck, this ain't good, and they're fucking off. The bandits are the ones that failed their will saves and are definitely gonna also surrender. The two blinded
Ixadrash
ones.
is just going. The half dragon Ixadrash is also just gonna point her finger at the bandits and just go, sit.
Roll your intimidate if you want to add to the intimidate factors.
Oh fuck yeah, I am. Woo. That'll be a... That'll be a 29? And if they're considered peasants, that's a 30. Or rather, if they're considered commoners, that's a 30.
Yep. Yeah, they're all sitting now. Initiative is down, except for the fact you got an old man yelling at you to get off his lawn.
Ixadrash is just gonna yell back at the old man, we're getting rid of them! Calm the fuck down!
He goes, you all have 5 minutes! And if you're not off my lawn, I'm burning all those tents over there! And then he ups and turns around.
Minuet calls out, is this man your kin?
He's my grandson, but take him wherever you will. He keeps on bringing trouble here. Old fucking bastards. Fucking adult children living at home, bringing their goddamn friends and him. Goddamn making messes and showing up with weird shit in my house. Too old for this shit. Used to grow radishes. Honest work.
Okay, so let's tie up the bandits and start breaking down their tents for supplies and such.
Cool. So
Ixadrash is gonna get is gonna get the guardsmen to help tie up the bandits, and then
I'm gonna cast Detect Magic. I think that's one of my orisons.
So really quickly,
Minuet
before time
is
out,
gonna form.
No, I don't have Detect Magic as an orison set.
Oh.
DM needs to walk away for a moment. He's got medication he needs to take 30 minutes ago, so
Yeah,
he's
go
going to
do
be
that.
right back.
Oh,
do
do that.
Yeah,
I need my heart
do that.
medication, please. Herb.
What the hell? Why don't I
Yeah.
have Detect Magic is going in over Detect Poison for things I'm keeping prepared.
Yeah, I don't think I have detect magic.
I do.
Good, then you can detect
I
magic.
do.
I have read magic.
Yeah, I've got Detect Magic, Ghost Sound, Lullaby, and Spark.
I mean, for the thiefy type, Detect Magic is probably one of the best level 0 spells to take.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
A, it helps you determine whether or not magic's going to fuck you up. B, it helps you determine what's the best thing to steal.
Yes. Yes.
Because at the very least, the magical teacup will be worth more than probably the painting.
Yeah.
Let's turn off battle music. Oh, right. And before actually, while we kill time, here, let me show what my current intimidate checks are like.
All right, I need a minute because I need to get up and move around.
Okay.
These are my current intimidate checks.
What are your?
Is it not
What's your?
playing on stream? Yeah, it is.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
I am back. I have taken my medication. We don't have to worry about my heart rate spiking. Let's go.
Yeah, that's significant.
Did I ever explain to you, Tiago, why I'm on heart medication at 35? TLDR, I have an arrhythmia and I have a central tremor, so I shake constantly, and I have my resting heart rate's usually around 100 right now. Used to be 130. It's actually gone down with age. People in this room have seen my heart rate, so I've got backup on this. What can happen is if I get shocked, really stressed out, or a really huge emotional response while my heart rate's at 100 and I'm shaking, my brainstem goes into fight or fight. So my heart rate will accelerate more, and I'll be stuck in flight or flight for an hour or two, or until I completely leave the situation, get as far away as I can. So basically, I have panic attacks for minor things because literally my heart rate and my tremor are just there, and my brain goes, oh god, we're in a bad situation. Go! So without my heart medication, I'm prone to just randomly, suddenly, hey, you're violently shaking and need to leave now.
Yeah, no. Don't.
The medication actually keeps my heart rate at about 70 to 80. Normal resting heart rate for you people out there is normally around 60 if you're sitting around doing nothing. So even with my medication, it's high. Alright, so you guys all did a bunch of shit that I missed because I was trying to run off and take my medication. What were y'all doing?
No, we have Minuet shifted back to Kitsune form, and that's about the extent of it.
Gotcha. So let's do this. I'm going to really quickly save this. We're going to go back to Darren for a little bit, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Only about 95% of the day's campaign so far has been focused on us.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
I mean,
so-
I don't want Darren hogging the spotlight.
Oh, absolutely not Darren hogging the spotlight. Darren, how dare you? Hey, Darren. Is Kai there?
Kai did go AFK briefly. He might not have come back yet.
I will poke him. I'm poking him a lot.
Oh no.
It's okay, I've got side notes to read here really quickly.
Yes.
Alright, understood. Violent pokings. Why are you still here? You guys are not supposed to be here. You all go, like, over... Oi! Oi, oi! Y'all go over here?
Apparently, it's saved. Well, it saved weirdly, is what happened.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. Hey,
Welcome back.
hey, Darren.
Oh dear.
I lost my thingies. We're going back to you for a bit here. You were reading over that, what's left of that book, until the criminal comes to, correct?
Correct.
They've been gone about an hour. When he finally does wake up, he'll kind of sit up and struggle against the ropes a bit and the manacles, and he'll say, "Oh, fuck," again. And just kind of flop back and go completely limp. Whoa. My model freaked out. So he is conscious now. Darren. Apparently if I rub my nose, my avatar freaks out.
Huh. Okay then.
I guess it becomes my face or something. I don't know. What are you gonna do? He is limp on the ground.
Darren looks up over the book and gently closes it and stashes it away with the rest of his journals and things. Oh, good. You're awake. I have some questions for you.
Don't make the joke.
Like, were you trying to cross the border?
Look, he's against a cart. He's not in a cart. It doesn't work.
I'm in a boat. He's not gonna respond. He's just gonna lay there limp.
Are we going to be playing a quiet game, or are you going to cooperate?
He kind of just gives you this look like, are you stupid?
Fine then, answer me this. What do you think I'm going to ask you about?
He just shakes his head no and remains limp.
Darren sighs, gets up, moves closer, grabs the man's head, and turns it so he can see the mess that's beside him. That happens to have been one of your friends, if you even call them. Allies, mercenaries, whatever you wish to call them. But what I want to know isn't about them. No. I could hardly care where the other encampments are or if you're protecting something. I'll admit there's some curiosity there, but only of the intellectuals. You've caught me at a time where all my fire is gone. There's only logic left. And that's perhaps more frightening. So, let's have a little chat.
Are you wanting to roll an intimidate as part of that?
Sure. $22.
He goes, bloody hell, what the hell do you fucking want?
I want to know about the axe.
What axe? The one I carry?
He fishes out the pendant, holding it. And then he makes sure that the dwarf can see the pin on his coat.
He goes, what of it? Where'd you get that from? Another one of me?
This I received from my grandmother, and she happened to have found it in a room. One that is, admittedly, relatively far from here.
Well, la-ti-da. The fuck you want from me?
I want to know how and why you can bring down the axe.
It's an old prayer, you dumbass.
So you're a priest.
No, you bloody bastard. I am not a priest. It's an old prayer to an old god. His only thing that protects my family anymore. You happy? Can I shut up and just be dragged off back to the goddamn hole again? Maybe they'll give me another tattoo.
Are there other prayers?
I don't know. Last I saw any of my family, we were all being dragged off to jail cells. You get on the wrong ship, you get dragged off, and then your life is over, so fuck you.
Tell me, do you enjoy life as a criminal?
Nah.
Darren stares coldly over his glasses. What would you do to stop being a criminal? To be free again?
What are you gonna do, rip the skin off me head? It don't work like that.
What did you do to be labeled criminal then?
I got on a ship. A bunch of bastards came on, announced themselves as some sort of law enforcement, took me in, labeled me a criminal, put it on me head, and threw me in a cell.
Can I sense motive?
Yes.
Fuck.
Do you know knowledge local too?
Yeah, I prefer knowledge though.
No, roll that too. By the way, I had Yakety Sax for the fox queued up just in case he fell over.
Oh. So that's
Yeah.
a 31 for knowledge local.
Hey, you would know of a group of people out there that would falsely imprison somebody off of a ship randomly because they think they're a criminal and brand them as such. A certain vigilante group.
Sky Patrol.
That are known for
Seriously?
being extra.
There's a tired smile on Darren's face as he tilts his head just ever so slightly to the side. Sky Patrol.
I don't know who the fuck they are. All I know is that me and my family finally got enough money to get off that shit little island at Little Waypoint. Those bastards came on the ship, found something that they claim were stolen, said that they were authority, and that was the end of it. So fuck you. Do what you're gonna already. Bloody hell.
Where are the rest of your family held?
Fuck if I know.
He finally lets go of the dwarf's head, gives him back the pendant. Well, more like just drops it in the guy's lap because, manacles. What would you say if I told you I would help find a way to absolve you of your supposed crime?
You gonna remove the tattoo in me forehead?
There's magic that can do that, though I can't guarantee it's painless. I've heard that removal is unpleasant.
I've heard to remove it is impossible. Look at it.
I mean, he is looking at it. He has to look the guy in the face.
Yeah, but do you know what you haven't done yet?
Spellcraft.
Detect magic.
I don't have detect magic.
Yep.
I have read magic.
Well,
The magic says
technically it's
criminal.
written-
Though, if I suspect it could be magic, could I spellcraft?
You can attempt to do so.
Or knowledge arcana?
You can roll those.
Okay, let's do knowledge arcana first. Jeebus. Here's all my good rolls.
that a bad thing?
No, it's not. 24 for Knowledge Arcana.
Your Knowledge Arcana is going to tell you that there are a handful of curse that can permanently mark a body. So if it's a curse, that could be a giant problem. There's permanency spells, contingencies, depending on the level of the caster that put them on there, they could be quite a mess. So there are definitely ways to mark a body that would be incredibly difficult to get rid of. Depends on how they did it and who did it.
Good question. And unfortunately, the Sky Patrol is a large enough organization that they could have access to any number of those methods.
And a lot of really nasty ones at that.
Darren just takes a moment to think about this as he steeples his hands in front of his face, tapping his index fingers together while he thinks. What does it do?
If you try to remove it, it comes back painfully. Like having them pin me down again and have the tattoo return.
Is that all?
Aye. Removal's painful. Having
good.
it come back hurts more.
Oh, good. We can just get you a bandana.
If you thought that would work, don't you think I would have done it? Go ahead, cover it up and see what happens.
Is it going to just show up somewhere else?
No! It'll hurt!
You know, it would be helpful if you were just straightforward about it in the first place.
Why the hell should I trust ye?
Because I haven't killed you yet.
Well, bloody hell, do it already.
Why?
What are you gonna do? Turn me back in? Go back in the hole? Hell no. Hell nay, I say.
We could, and I suspect that the bounty huntress among us would prefer that. But if you are wrongfully accused by the Sky Patrol, why should I give two damns if you have that label on your head? What I care about is your actions. What I care about is the fact that your actions are driven by the fact that you were persecuted wrongly. Or so you tell me.
He flops limp again and goes, I didn't know what you're talking about. You're using them fancy words. Do what you're gonna do. Don't tell me no lies. Don't tell me they're gonna save me. Just do what you're gonna do. Get it over with already. My head hurts.
Yes, well, Cirrus can have that effect on people. He glances at Servette, knowing that he just kind of took a jab at someone who wasn't there.
Servette's gonna lick your face. And then cling to it.
Oh,
Yeah, I would just like to point out that as Cirrus's player, that just gave me a smug smile.
Cirrus sneezes.
Darren smiles, and he gently pets Servette before turning his attention back to the floppy dwarf.
There's a flying squirrel on your face.
This is fine. He's used to this. Also, he appreciates it. He kind of needs this right now. I will need to discuss it with my companions. But we could potentially put you in touch with legal advisory.
The hell's a lawyer gonna do? They're all thieves. Bastards.
Hey, would I know about Sir Ian Williams?
Not currently. You guys haven't picked up a fucking newspaper because none of my groups do that.
We also haven't had a chance
We did
recently.
pick up one newspaper.
True, you did. You guys did. The other group hasn't.
The other group has picked
Yeah.
up newspapers sparingly.
Sparingly
But,
when I've hinted at
where-
shit.
Also,
Where
the
we picked
newspaper
up
we
that
picked up. Yeah,
where we picked up that newspaper, I can safely say I don't think the people there would give two fucks if someone's labeled criminal.
Probably
That's
not.
true. Wait, we also picked up that newspaper that talked about the court case. Sir Ian would have been mentioned in that article.
Yes, he would have. But Roll was no. You remembered as a player, so yeah, go for it. We'll give you that one, sure. No, he wouldn't have been because he wasn't the one representing in that court case. You guys know the court
Yeah,
case for the Battle for Humanity. You don't know about the other thing that's going on.
Well, yeah, I meant
Yeah,
that
it-
over humanity. Oh, right.
it
Sir Ian
would've-
William was just in attendance. He wasn't.
Yes, he was in
Yeah,
representation.
It was the turnip.
That is ostensibly worse for us.
Yeah, so pick up a newspaper every once in a while. People learn current events, man.
We're kind of busy with our own shit.
No. I
Do you
don't.
want us to have all the side quests, or just focus on the ones we've got?
You guys are gonna pick up every side quest. If I so much as look to the left, you're all gonna run to the left. So y'all gonna get them, and you're all gonna like them. Just saying. I know this group.
You know we will.
Yes.
You know we will.
Hey, look what's sitting at your feet right now.
A side quest.
Intentionally put there. Distractions.
There was a point where we had a side quest dropped in our lap, and Cirrus just said, "Well, this is my main quest now."
In any case, Darren sighs, and he pets over Servette because Servette's kind of in the way of him doing that whole pinching the bridge of his snout thing. I would need to discuss it with my companions, but we could bring you with us. And considering we aren't necessarily beholden to anywhere, and we have the space on our ship, and you may have some knowledge of bandit encampments elsewhere, and you have information I would like to know, I'm sure, or at the very least can probably teach me more. I'd say there are plenty of reasons for us to keep you around.
Oh, bloody hell, I'm a slave now.
I never said you weren't going to get paid.
We'll talk when your idiot friends are here. And your not so idiot friends that apparently can kick our asses. Bloody hell, I thought I trained those bastards better. Broke 3 bows in the field. The hell? Seen elves do better.
Well, of
Darren
course,
just
elves would
shrugs.
do. Okay, like I know dwarves are racist against elves, but if there is one thing the dwarves would give the elves credit for, it's not being shit with bows.
He doesn't want to give them credit right now. He's on the ground, shackled, looking at prison with criminal tattooed on his forehead. He doesn't want to give anybody anything.
Fair.
Well, I can guarantee this at the very least. If they are amenable to your presence on the ship, then you may find that the accommodations are better than the wilderness.
I don't know. I have a sock. Do you have a sock?
I am pretty sure I understand that reference.
Only
The question is, how many cats?
3.
I just want to make sure this was in fact a dwarf fortress reference, right?
Yes.
Good.
Very well.
I'm glad somebody cut that. I thought it was too obscure. I thought it was just gonna go away.
You may lay there as much as you wish.
I'm gonna do so. He flops out dramatically.
Obligatory request, please do not try to escape. I still have my hammer. I'm going to see what else some of your more competent companions had. I may have also left your weapons at the northern part of camp, so if you do want me to keep those for you, just in case, feel free to let me know. And then he moves over to go loot the corpse of the caster.
Fantastic. And then we're going to take a briefer pause, so that way I can actually get more water, and everybody in the chat can go get more water. Because go get water, and because actual, like, schedule break time. That and I got to clean up a little bit. Do you guys want the mute off and to be able to chat away?
Of course.
Cool.
I mean, well, as long as you're cool with whatever we potentially say.
Whatever. I mean,
Yeah.
well, I've got a furry avatar. I think I don't care
Anyways.
anymore.
Anyways, yeah, go do thing. But yeah, gosh darn it, Tiago,
I do.
ruining my fun, kind of a little bit.
I wanted to see you do more. Blood Fox, go. It's also tempting to title this session in the notes, Go Go Gary Oldman.
We'll hydrate in a moment, Varian. I'm actually preparing a foods.
Ah. So did any of the well, none of the dudes died over at the second combat, did they?
Nope. 0 fatalities.
Damn it. Well, at least there's a bunch of dead bodies back at camp. Sure thing, potentially.
So yeah, half of them we took in alive.
Yeah.
I say half of them we took in alive because of the 4 that we incapacitated, 2 are alive. Greatsword just fucked off.
Oh, of the leaders, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he didn't show back up at the camp.
So my assessment was right. He actually did just fuck off.
I'm betting Greatsword Dude was a merc. He just saw shit going down and was like, this really isn't worth it, and walked off.
Yeah. Greatsword seems like a very merc weapon. We probably have guts to blame for that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. In the long run, though, Minuet's going to be glad that he kind of restrained himself.
I know little about what's going on with Minuet other than he's pregnant.
No, the thing with deity and Kitsune, like, fun and games.
Honestly, I was half tempted to ask Gara to let me do the excerpt, but
The what?
the hide and seek excerpt. But also, I sent a thing to Vari like ages ago.
Oh.
That I could have done spooky too.
Oh, that. Yeah.
I mean, I can find it as soon as I catch up on notes.
Oh,
Eh.
Vari's sent me a bunch of spells that he thinks might be it. Nice.
Oh, the freaking, yeah, I feel it's likely that last one, possibly. And I just...
We'll get there. I'm going to reunite the party though at this point in time, so that way everybody can be involved.
Yes.
You guys search the bandit camp and quickly find that they actually don't have much as far as stolen goods. A matter of fact, those camps, as you start to take them down, you realize were freshly put up.
They do at least have a standard, right?
A what?
Some sort of banner, a standard.
No, this group does not.
Seriously?
There's a greatest story here. I wrote the story, I just didn't get to prep anything. But don't worry, you get to you're gonna get shit out of this. You're gonna get some fun shit. You guys are gonna get back to camp, and everybody's gonna spread out. You're searching, or Darren is currently searching the bodies of the other ones to see what kind of stuff they have.
Yep, just the leaders though. He's seen the regular crap.
You notice that the leader that was to the north does have a signet. So he does actually have a banner. He seems to be a proper leader. He actually has masterwork leather armor. That's all you gain, except for the fact that you think it might be magical of quality. He seems to have a blade that is way too shiny for its own good. It seems to have some sort of glamour effect on it.
Oh, one of those again.
Glamour effects have to be done by mages. So, aka, this is magical. It is a short sword. And the other down fella seems to have a very, very fine bow. One that he never really got to use.
Mr. Slip and Slide?
Yes. And when I
very
say
fine bow, so masterwork bow.
it's better than Masterwork, I can tell you that much. It seems to have sustained absolutely no damage and looks brand spanking new.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Is it a longbow or short bow?
It is a longbow.
Sweet.
He was one of the scary people.
Was he an elf?
No, he was half elf.
So, what about the
Oh,
axe,
close
or
enough.
should I just put in for dwarvish axe?
Definitely Masterwork of Make, probably not magical.
Well, I mean, once Minuet gets back, him and I guess Ix can do the detect magic thing, or does Cirrus also have it?
I don't have it prepared right now. I had detect poison prepared.
Oh, okay.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so
what-
me and
What other bric-a-brac
Cantrips.
do we find? Like money?
In the tents or here. The leaders
Both.
the leaders are going to have 30 gold each. The peons are going to have 5 silver each.
Okay. And since Minuet does have detect magic while we're taking down the tents and getting off his lawn,
Mhm.
Minuet can have detect magic going.
The only magical thing that is on the property either comes from the big house where the old man came from, or seems to be the rapier that the unfortunate bard never got to draw.
Loser.
Well, Minuet.
Which he
is
will be
going to,
divested of.
Yes. Minuet's gonna take that.
Yep, you go ahead and you take that from them. And I'm assuming you're going to march them all the way back to camp, correct?
Exactly. Probably making them carry most of their random crap too. Like the stuff for like the
Tents and
tents and
whatnot.
stuff.
Understandable. So yeah, you're going to get back to camp. You're going to see Darren is in the process of finishing up searching the guy that it was in the grease.
Yep.
The guy that welcomed you guys in the camp is going to be sitting in a stool and underneath the pavilion over here. Kind of looking really nervous until everybody comes back and gives a really big sigh and says, "Everybody pack up. There's more of them out there. We're out. We'll come back to this job when issues are cleared."
Honestly, more than reasonable.
Yeah,
We're-
that seems fair.
Had not a band of roving adventurers stumbled into their camp, things might have ended bloodier.
Yeah.
He goes, "I know you're all tired, just we need to get out. We're done. We'll rest when we hit actual, like, road." And all the men will actually immediately begin packing up.
They're heading back towards town?
We're heading back to the city. We're gonna take the main road. We know exactly where it is. It's okay. If you wish
which
to
ci-
join us,
Which city are you headed to?
they're heading the same city you guys are.
Okay.
Since I don't want to brain the name of that city right now. I could
Yeah.
just pull up the map, but I'm lazy. Are you guys gonna help pack up?
Yep.
Actually though, Minuet,
Yep, was about to
Sorry.
say you guys have to have a discussion now.
Yeah.
The
Also,
bard has
Minuet
remained
just-
completely quiet on the way back, and he looks like he's about ready to cry.
Oh, I
oh,
almost
God.
feel bad. Not really.
Story
Well, I mean,
behind everything, man.
considering all things, I didn't realize we were talking about the bard we took the rapier from and tracked down.
Yep, he, the entire way back, literally looks like he's on the verge of crying. The guys with him just look away the entire time. Discuss away,
Yeah,
old party.
I was just referring to the fact that there's a different emotionally distressed bard.
Yes, there's two emotionally distressed bards.
Except
In this party.
emotionally distressed bard is doing very well at not showing.
Yeah.
Discuss away. Go. Roleplay.
Well, okay, so, Minuet, the first thing that he's going to do, though, is, upon noticing that there's still dead bodies, if they haven't been otherwise taken care of, we'll, gather up, the bodies of the ones that he killed.
Okay.
So,
And,
we... Zeros will say, okay, so we gotta start poking Darren and see what he transforms into.
what? Oh.
Anyways, yeah. So
I'm
So
gonna
Darren's
gather
probably
up
up there at
bodies.
the moment.
And we'll of course do the detect magic just to make sure they don't have random magical crap,
Nope.
because Darren's already looted them. So yeah.
Yep.
And then we'll pull out his Bawu and spell song spark them.
You're burning them. Got it.
Uh-huh.
Cool, the bodies are gonna light up. They can't exactly escape or run or anything. Smells nasty.
yeah.
Burning Body is not a well-known fragrance from Bed Bath & Beyond.
No, it's not.
I mean, it
Darren
depends on
just-
which version, but
Darren just continues trudging through camp, shouts something to the effect of, "Could somebody please press to digitate that away?"
Hey, since there's detecting magic going on, you are noticing magic on the criminal tattoo?
Back to magic.
he can look that way if he wishes to, but he's kind of currently focused. No, he's facing that direction. Roll a perception. Unfortunately, you can't hear magic, but you can possibly accidentally see it.
Sure, you can hear magic. What do you think ghost sound is?
Not with detect magic, you can't hear magic. So roll your perception there, Minuet.
Okay.
Oh, that was almost a 13. But that is going to be a 22.
He is not going to notice in this circumstance. He is busy with something that is involving.
Okay.
So y'all gotta roleplay this shit out. So roleplay shit out. Go.
Oh.
Go. I mean, I know what Minuet's
Oh.
doing, but what about the rest of y'all? What are the rest of y'all doing?
I'll go over to Darren and say, so, get anything interesting out of the tall shortman?
The tall what? Oh.
Because he was a large dwarf.
Oh. That didn't particularly register to me. I could just tell that he was a dwarf. The height doesn't particularly matter. He's useful. Or he could be.
Elaborate.
His claim, so far as I am able to glean, is that he and his family were wrongfully accused of theft and or piracy by the Meridina Sky Patrol.
Oh, fuck Sky Patrol. Okay, hold on. How do I help?
I'm not certain. The brand he has on his face cannot be removed or covered. Otherwise, it causes him pain and returns just as painful. That said, the ability he exhibited, the one that is similar to my own, is apparently generated by a prayer. I'm not certain what to make of this. Not yet. But I believe I could learn more. And, more than that, I have to assume that he has some experience in the bandit circuits, which means he could point out other bandit encampments to us, to avoid or to raid.
Could be. I mean, if he can, there's no could about that being useful. That's definitely useful. Oh, by the way, Minuet apparently grows tails when ripping out people's throats.
Darren raises his eye ridges.
What? I turn into Shadow, Captain turns into a dragon. Is it surprising that Minuet grows tails?
Why do I feel like I'm going to turn into a book at this point?
Because while we were walking back, I was like, we totally need to see what Darren turns into?
Oh, is that why my horns were burning?
Wait a second. And then I scratch my nose.
You sneeze.
Gesundheit.
But yeah, well, let me see Mr. Criminal Dwarf.
He should be by the carts, south side of camp. I have his axe, actually. He holds up the axe.
And
out of
his
the bottle.
axe.
Yes, and his axe.
Okay, so I'll go over and
He is,
take a look at McHammer.
He is splayed out in a dramatic pose. It's almost like he's enjoying the fact that he's being dramatic. His tongue is stuck out. He's pretending to be dead. His legs are wide open. Matter of fact, when you walk up, he tries to shift himself so that way his crotch is pointing directly at you. He tries. He doesn't succeed. But it's an obvious attempt.
The eyes are rolled and forehead is observed for chainery.
There is definitely chains there, yes. But there's something off about the chains. It's like they're sewn in. It's not attached to anything. They're sewn into him. Minuet is burning bodies.
Minuet is burning bodies.
Yes, dead bodies that are on fire. The fact that somebody took the time to type that out shows intent.
I'm just gonna start detecting magic on all the loot we got.
Yep.
The bow,
Yeah.
all the things I
Exodus.
previously listed are definitely have magic.
Excellent.
Excuse me. Keep on
I'm
getting the
taking the
hiccups.
bow. The bow is mine through right of absolutely fucking ruining that man's night. This is my bow now.
But yes,
Are you even going to use it?
Are you
No,
even
I'm probably
proficient with a long bow?
No, so I'm going to sell it later. But fuck him, I made him miserable and now it's mine. That's what he gets for trying to fucking shoot me and failing miserably.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but can't bards use longbows?
Yes, they can.
apparently Ix will sell it to you. But yes, the leather armor, the shining short sword, and the incredibly fine longbow, and the masterwork dwarvish axe all have magic.
Oh.
You said the rapier?
Yes, the rapier does as well, but you guys already knew that.
So we don't know what they are probably until Ix gets Night's Rest and can use some
Identify
third level spells again on what level is Identify?
first.
I don't have identify. I haven't
You
learned
have
it yet.
Identify. We got you a scroll so you could learn it.
Do we? Hold on, let me go check my list again.
Yeah.
It might be on there. And I just
Do you know what
Sure,
identify
that-
requires?
Servette climbed up a staff in order to try to activate wild magic.
Oh, yep, I do have it. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, I still have like 2 casts of first level spells left.
TLDR, there are material components for Identify that you guys probably lack.
Oh yeah,
Like
we don't
magnifying
have
glass?
wine. We don't have wine stirred with an owl's feather.
Okay, but how much does that cost?
Do you have a component pouch?
No, I have eschew materials.
Oh, no.
Oh, then yeah, you can.
I'm a sorcerer. I get that for free.
Yeah, he gets that for free, but hold on. She gets that for free. I thought it was a fucking... Oh, I'm thinking 3.5, aren't I?
Yeah, it's just
It's
it
not a
doesn't have
pearl.
a GP amount. No.
Yeah, it's just verbal semantic wine stirred with an owl's feather,
Yeah.
which is really weird.
I mean, it used to be wine stirred with an owl's feather and a pearl worth 100 GP
Ah.
in 3.5.
Wow.
So count your blessings.
I mean, I can understand why they would put a gold cost on that simply, but I do believe the 3.5 one actually just is like, it just tells you what the shit does.
Yeah, it tells you everything.
Whereas this is just a.
It
This
gives
is
you
just
a
a plus
10
two.
enhancement bonus on your spellcraft check to try to figure it out.
That is true, yes. So, I was confused between the two spells again. Yay! Played 3.5 for way too long. And miss it so horribly.
Alright.
Rolls... We need to roll spellcrafts. You need to choose
Yep.
two to roll spellcrafts on.
Alright, so we have the rapier, the bow, the short sword, the axe, and what else was magical?
There's leather armor, shiny short sword,
Okay.
incredibly fine longbow, the dwarvish axe, and the rapier.
Alright, we're gonna start with the rapier. Identify. And then I'm going to roll my enhancement on
Yeah, a
Doodad.
spellcraft check at plus 10.
There we go. That will be a...
The DC is 15 plus the item's caster level.
Well, I just rolled a 28.
Let me look this up really quickly.
Because I actually have ranks in spellcraft.
As
One
all
of
good
the-
casters should.
Well, I had to get a couple of ranks in it. Okay, leave me alone.
This is called an Elven Songsword. A wielder who has at least one rank in any to perform skills gets a +2 competency bonus on bluff checks, +2 competency bonus on CMB to disarm, and a +2 competency bonus on perform checks as long as they are wielding a weapon, and a +1 bonus to all attack rolls. It is a +2 modifier elsewise.
I will be letting Minuet know the details of his new weapon.
Woo.
Did you write that down? Somebody needs to write that down.
Okay, so that's not an actual item. That is something you have made.
Longsword is actually a it's under third-party equipment actually.
It's similar to the third party. That's where I based it off of.
Okay. Please relay again.
As long as you have one rank in any to perform, you have to have 2 perform skills. You get a +2 competence bonus on bluff checks, +2 on CMB to disarm specifically, and +2 bonus on perform checks when wielding specifically, and a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls on top of the +2 bonus.
So
Plus
I
2
guess
on
Minuet-
attack and damage rolls?
It's a +2
it's-
weapon.
Yeah, it's a +2 weapon, and it gets a bonus +1 on top of that to both.
Yes. As long as technically you're performing, quote unquote.
I guess Minuet needs to learn how to dance.
Shit, do I actually have to?
I mean,
So
it
I
would
think
be
I have
fitting if Minuet learned how to dance.
Minuet needs to learn how to dance.
But TLDR, if you're wielding the weapon and performing, you get shit.
Nice.
Wait, isn't Minuet also dissolving into liquid? Isn't that a thing that's happening?
No.
No?
Like you're metamorphosing liquid-like.
No?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. So it isn't Dance Water Dance.
Okay,
I get that reference.
go to the corner. You're in the corner now. You did a no.
You're lucky I'm not a Thundercaller bard. Freaking Thundaga for days.
So was that an in-character pun?
No,
Good.
definitely not.
Good for you.
Because that doesn't make sense in character in the slightest.
Choose your second weapon and end my
Okay.
pain.
So, just to recap, as
Sure.
long as you have one rank in any two perform skills, you
Yes.
get a +2 on bluff, CMB,
To disarm.
on perform,
CMB or CMD?
CMB, as in Bravo. CMB to disarm, as long as you're performing.
Okay.
to disarm and to perform while wielding, as well as a +1 on attacking damage rolls if you are performing while wielding.
Yep, if you're performing while wielding, those effects all kick in. Otherwise, it's a +2 rapier.
Da 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 da. Does anyone here actually wear leather armor?
Technically, I do. I wear lamella.
Minuet could if it's like dark leaf. Otherwise, no.
Yeah, I'm wearing leather lamellar armor.
Cirrus would need it to be like +5 leather armor to be worth wearing at this point.
Yes, that's what I'm
Yeah.
wondering. Do I go for the leather armor, or do I do the bow?
You're gonna do the bow. Just do the bow.
Well, I mean, you can just identify things tomorrow, too.
Well, yeah, but I have uses of it today.
I mean, you guys are leaving instantly. You guys are short on rest, so you have not completed a long rest. So mind that when you're making your choices.
Fine. The bow.
The bow is a composite bow. It is
Okay.
it is a +3 composite bow +4. So you have to have at least a strength modifier +4 to wield it, and is a +3 on top of that.
Hey, that sounds like something that Darren has to wield.
You say that, but if I'm in dragon form, I can use that.
How often
Darren
are
can
you
use
going to
that
be in
out
dragon
of
form
dragon
and for
form.
how long?
I have 10 minutes of use every day.
And how often are you going to be using your breath and doing the cool dragon things instead of using a bow?
Generally as whenever I fucking feel like it. How about that? I don't think I can actually. I don't think I can actually
Yeah.
make bows though.
Yeah, the proficiency would be the problem.
Longbows are martial weapons, right? Are they simple?
They're martial.
Marshall.
Martial. Okay. I don't think I get them though.
Yeah, you haven't taken Magus yet.
Yeah, despite what so many fantasy settings will tell you, bows are probably one of the hardest weapons to easily
Yep.
wield.
I only
And you
get
have to be
simple
fucking
weapons.
strong.
Just to put this out there, I have in my living room, and this is something I fired. I can actually back this up. I own an English longbow, 75-pound draw. It's actually really hard to fire. It is taking earrings out of my ear.
Bard doesn't get longbow either. We get short bow. We get long sword, but
Yeah. Longbows will draw blood if it hits your wrist, by the way. So if you're not wearing a wrist guard, I have bled.
Yeah, seriously, like all of the times it's depicted as this, small waifish girl wielding a bow. No.
Mm-mm.
No.
It cuts you.
No.
It cuts you
Yeah,
deep.
also random anecdote. I'm so upset that the for Bard for 14, the Amon set that you get from Circus Tower,
Yeah.
the floofy sleeve is on the wrong side.
Oof.
Disappoint.
You've said that before. I remember.
Yep.
I mean, it's also
So-
Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah. But it's a case of if you drew the bow, you'd catch the sleeve in the bowstring and rip it off.
Oh.
Bowstrings hurt so much. Bowstrings hurt so much.
So the sad part is, I do have martial weapon proficiency, but only for two-handed melee weapons. Because when you take the feat, it forces you to take a weapon group. You can't just be martial weapon proficiency.
Which means that the longbow currently can't be used by anybody in the party
I mean, you can bludgeon people to death with it.
until somebody takes a certain group or a certain class where he might get trained by maybe one of my favorite NPCs. And that person, she might enjoy the punishment. Nudge, nudge.
Wait,
Oh
There-
no!
Magus.
what?
If you take Magus, Sean is the archery focused Magus.
Eh.
But he also made you a
Yeah, he's
specialty
the fucking-
weapon, so you might want to stick with a specialty weapon.
That's what I plan on.
Or both.
I mean, having a backup weapon that's ranged will never not be a bad thing.
No, and Sean can teach you how to use it. And Sean kicking your ass sounds like fun. To me. It's mainly fun
But
for
yeah,
me.
he's an Eldritch Archer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a Zen Archer, Eldritch Archer hybrid.
That's scary.
He exists to put an arrow in somebody's face and make them cry.
He exists to put arrows in people's faces and make them cry until they piss him off, and then he drops the bow and goes fisticuffs. And he can. He can do both.
He can do both, and the other group is going to suffer for it.
Yeah, they're fighting him like immediately at the beginning of next.
They're fighting 4 of him. Even if like the other 3 aren't class maximized, they're still gonna hurt.
Okay,
I digress.
as an important note, you could try spellcrafting the others, it's just you wouldn't get the +10.
It'd be much more
It would-
difficult.
It would only be a +7, so I'm just gonna wait.
Okay.
So Cirrus is going to actually sit down on the ground while talking to Dwarf Dude.
Aye?
So, Sky Patrol did you dirty, huh?
He gives you a look and be like, I'm done talking to you all bastards. Let me die in peace. And then he still tries to point his crotch at you.
I'm the one that can help you, dipshit.
Bloody hell, I've heard these words before.
Yeah, but how many of them come from someone who you hit with a spectral axe?
Surprisingly once. He'd be number
Now-
2.
So,
Is number 1 his wife?
No, number 1's his mom.
how'd you get the whole magic criminal word thing? As much detail as you can.
Oh, bloody hell. Do I have to say it again? Did the other one not write it down? He's got all these words on his arms and used the big fancy things. I thought he was one of them educated types.
So Darren did tell Cirrus
Oh.
what happened. They okay, I did not properly relay the fact that they saved enough money to buy a boat as a family and then got accused of piracy.
Nope, they
But-
didn't buy a boat. They boarded a boat. They got a
Oh.
ticket out.
Right.
Cirrus still wants to hear it from him, just so she can sense motive.
Yep, he still said, did the other one not write it down, blah, blah, blah. He hasn't repeated himself yet.
Okay. Well, he did, and he told me what you told him. But he didn't go into specifics on the spell casting. There's a significant difference in a spell cast by a wizard than a spell cast by, say, for example, a witch or a cleric.
He looks up, he goes, bloody hell, how the hell am I gonna tell classes? How's a commoner, man? All I know is that some weird-ass bastard came down, dragged me out of me cell, threw me on a table where I was bound down, and said weird shit while tattooing me forehead.
Okay, so I can tell from that he was not casting from a scroll.
Bloody hell, I don't know.
Well, no, I wasn't saying that one in character.
Oh. Yeah, as far as you're aware, no, this is some sort of funky casting type. It sounds like somebody would need to be here to roll knowledge checks.
I can roll knowledge checks.
You can
roll
roll.
a lot of knowledge checks, and I also want to roll a sense motive check. I want to know if he is telling me the truth as best as he knows it, and that is big. Yes, I know I have this tendency of saying I have rolled large, or things like that.
I actually need a total.
That is a 32-34 to detect dark secrets.
You think, and the reason why I need you to roll, you think he can't say more. You think there's more to it, but you literally think that he is incapable of saying more.
So a magical compulsion that prevents him from revealing more information.
Seems so. Like, you can see him literally getting angry and red in the face and being mad about the situation and saying words. He seems unable to describe the person.
Well, Theris is upset in several different ways by this. One, someone's free will has been directly impeded by magic. Another, someone has presumably been falsely imprisoned. Those are basically the two sides of the taking away someone's freedom coin. Their physical freedom and their mental freedom have both been impeded. Cirrus is going to reach out and place her hand on the man's forehead and use her breaking of bindings thing and activate the ring of 4 remaining natural 20s.
Fantastic. What's your total for caster level check? I need
My
it.
total for caster level check from that would be 25.
It doesn't break. A matter of fact, roll a reflex.
Not high.
All right, I need to roll as this burns into your hand now. Let's get these. Eight plus 5. Ooh, that was actually relatively low. The dwarf is going to fall unconscious again. 8 plus 5 equals 13. Come on, brain. 13 points of fire damage as his tattoo heats up incredibly, burns the word criminal into your hand. He screams and passes out.
Okay, well, it's funny that you add 5 because I need to then immediately subtract 5.
Yep. It does not break, and it reacted. And do you realize, out of character, that this is not a side quest. There is more here. Okay, I need to not do that out loud.
Yeah, Cirrus is, kind of majorly taken aback by this. And will also proceed to use one of the channel energies to try to heal the damage burned into her palm.
It does heal, but it feels weird when it does. You feel like some sort of presence deep within you, some sort of divine connection, may have just protected you, and the only reason why that you didn't get it was because of this. This passes on.
So, wait, so the Cirrus realizes that this is the kind of thing that, like, the criminal Mark actively tried to pass from him onto her?
Yep.
Yeah.
So we're dealing with a contagious curse. That's bad.
Well, I don't know, like, from that description, I don't know if it's contagious so much as it is,
Reactive, kind of.
I was gonna say, this is your problem now.
No, I don't. I think it's because it stayed with him too.
Well, yeah, but I got protected from it passing.
He who saves a criminal, or he who would free a criminal from their charge, is also a criminal. You're dealing with a group you know. You don't think that they would intentionally persecute those that would try to free a criminal?
True.
So yes, this is a contagious curse. This is a curse that if somebody is to attempt to and fail to remove the curse, will also receive the curse. And Vari?
I'm burning my remaining channel energy because I'm not full health.
Vari, one of your guesses was correct, except it's comboed. You've met another character in the other campaign that knows how to do something that this person did, but they did in a specific way.
Oh.
Can you use a domain spell slot for the spontaneous casting ability to
No.
drop it for? Okay, you can't. All right.
Yeah, you can't.
That's what I thought.
Actually, could I spellcraft?
Yes, you may. You saw this happen, so you get your spellcraft now. You have your detect magic up.
That's not a great roll. Damn.
What's your total? I
That's
need to
gonna
know.
be a total of. That's gonna be a 15.
You're not sure what happened, but you saw a lot of spells go off in rapid succession just now. And it's not normal magic. I want you to roll a Knowledge Arcane.
Okay,
Hey, Darren, you hear the cry of pain. I want you to roll a Knowledge Arcane or your Draconic Knowledge.
okay, so this is going to be at a +3.
Hey,
Right.
Viv,
Second 6.
Yes.
roll a Knowledge
will-
Arcane.
Yeah, I'll
Ah, fuck. All right.
draconic knowledge since she's doing arcane.
Well, that is a 20. Brain do math.
So that's a
25?
15, unfortunately.
15, 25. What is yours, Viv?
25.
Or, excuse me.
6.
Thank you. You're gonna fail this. You don't have Knowledge Arcane, correct? Can I go? Cirrus is not.
Actually, I do.
Roll it.
$18.
18. 25 is the highest roll on the table, so we're going to go ahead and bonus this. Hey, Viv?
Yes.
You hear the scream and you wander over to see what's going on, and you briefly see the mark on his hands and the tattoo on that guy's forehead. You can tell that a certain fox just detected magic, and you can tell this is magical. You instantly recognize something that you learned in college. A very rare type of magic called tattoo magic. Tattoo magic is
boy.
extravagantly hard to accomplish because you can put spells on people via tattoos. If you're good and you know contingency, you can layer spells repeatedly on a tattoo. That word criminal on his head is layered by a tattoo mage who specializes in branding people for life with magic. You learn that these people are not only uncommon, but illegal. This type of magic is considered not okay. Because those that know the right spells can pretty much do what to others what they did to this guy.
And I will now relay this knowledge to the party.
In your own words, do it.
Alright, so... So I basically saw the tattoo lighting up, right?
You see the mark in his hands and the tattoo in the head.
The mark is on whose hands?
On Cirrus's hand as before he heals it.
Okay.
Here, I'll just relocate Ixadrass over here.
Okay. In which case, they're going to get a what in the flying fuck as her initial reaction.
As she runs over to see what's going on.
And she's just kind of gonna peer at the guy's tattooed forehead, squint at it a little bit, and go, tattoo magic.
Darren walks over. He still has like all that loot in his arms because I have to assume that Ixadrass wasn't going to be carrying it.
Me carry things?
Exactly. Well, he's also the quartermaster. He's used to this. He looks over Sarah's shoulder. What did you do?
Well,
Remember that time I tried to break that curse on your ring? And how it kind of worked, but it didn't fully work?
Is he dead?
That's stronger.
well, yeah. For starters, guys, that's tattoo magic. It's pretty fucking illegal, for starters. And for two, really good tattoo mages can layer spells repeatedly in it. So, you know,
How many spells are in it?
couldn't tell you.
No, I don't think he's dead. I think he just fell unconscious again.
I'm asking you two since I can't see magic.
I mean, if you guys want to find out whether or not he's alive or dead, you might want to roll a heal check on him.
You think I have heal as a skill?
Like 2 seconds.
Minuet's gonna heal check then.
I
Yep.
don't have heal. Holy crap.
Um,
I'm not
12.
Yeah, you're not sure, actually.
I'm going to roll 2 different things. I'm going to take this dice to roll the 2 different things. My yellow dice will be my heal check, and the dice that I'm stealing from Viv will be perception to see if he's fucking breathing. So that is a 14 on the heal and a 18 on the perception.
Who wants to roll percentiles to see whether or not he
Wait, no, hold
actually...
on. Wait, no, it's 18 on the heal. It's 18 on both of them.
Oh, 18. Who wants to roll percentiles? Oh, we got. I see somebody already rolling it. Go ahead and roll it, Car.
Yep, I might as well.
Let's see who. I was wondering if anybody's actually going to check on him.
I mean, I don't know where my.
I thought you said
percentile
that he
dice
was
went.
unconscious again, so I didn't check on him.
85.
He is still alive. I said he fell over unconscious. You're right. I absolutely said that.
Of course, one is not conscious when they are dead.
Yep. Yes, he is still alive, but he's alive barely.
Oof.
Nick Stress is just kind of gonna like.
Somebody heal him now, AKA.
I have no healing options, or I would. I
So-
can cover him in water. That's the best thing you can out of me.
Darren shoves past Cirrus and pushes the loot into her arms. And
Yeah,
then
Cirrus is actually fully dry on spells now.
It's a good thing
Oh.
nobody else was severely injured in the tent. Soothing rain fell as liquid sucker upon the weary and wanting followers of the divine sky.
Roll your d8.
Please be Mexican. Close. That'll be 11.
He sits up crying as much as he can and goes, "Oh, bloody hell, I saw the sky!" And then he falls back. He goes, "Bloody hell, I saw the gateway! Why'd you stop me, Valhalla? My heaven was right there."
No, it
That's,
wasn't.
that's actually something I'm going to roll knowledge religion on. 17, I believe, and I believe rudimentary knowledge of respective faiths afterlives would be within 17.
I mean, Valhalla's just a general term used for a warrior's heaven.
Oh, true, but I believe isn't that also specifically the chaotic good heaven?
Not in this particular case, no. I'm just
Okay.
using it as a general term because I'm also a Rennie.
All right.
So,
Yeah,
Valhalla from when I hang out the Vikings is a commonly shouted term.
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
It depends on the cosmology.
Yeah, I think within the stand, I don't know if it's actually called Valhalla specifically,
No, it's not.
but the chaotic good heaven is a place of feasting and then fighting until you die and then being resurrected the next day to repeat the process all over again.
Yeah,
I mean-
there is a chaotic good heaven like that. I don't remember the name off the top of my head and not why I shouted it. It was Force of
Elysium?
Habit. Really quickly,
No.
I'm going to pause this and use the bathroom, if that's okay.
Okay.
Cool. I'm just gonna leave everything up. Y'all talk. Burp.
Okay.
Well, we nearly broke the quest giver.
Um. Yeah, so that sure is something.
I have not encountered magic that powerful before.
To be fair, it's incredibly illegal magic.
Yeah.
I
So
would suppose so. If anybody could do it, especially unregulated, we'd have many more people with the same.
It's incredibly difficult magic, incredibly rare magic, and incredibly illegal magic. For all of the
And-
reasons you suspect.
And incredibly powerful magic.
Not powerful, layered.
Yeah,
The
it's
layers
just,
create a sort of array effect, and they compound upon each other in a multiplicative force.
I'm assuming you tried to break it with whatever your fucking snowflake power is?
You're one to talk about snowflake powers.
Exactly.
We can argue at the ship, ladies.
But yes, I tried to break it using that, and I have never had anything do anything other than break or not break off of it. I have never had anything activate and further backlash off of it.
So at least we know what one of the layers does then, other than I assume keep it on his fucking face, and that's anyone who tries to get it off gets it too.
Yeah, so there's also one from what we were told that it reapplies it if it ever gets removed.
Well, that's why I just assumed that.
But that
one
was
in there.
that was through mundane means. Elysium. Elysium is the name of the plane.
Ah, that's what I thought. It's not a
Yeah.
plane. Anyway, Darren sighs. If I could see into the arcane spectrum, maybe I could look at how many layers there are. The problem isn't the fact that he's cursed, it's the fact that it is a multi-layered curse, with contingencies made so that you can't just remove it. I'm assuming your power targeted the curse as a whole, which means you targeted every single layer at the same time. That's the equivalent of targeting I don't know how many spells that are being cast at the same time, with a singular target dispel. You're beginning to see the problem, I hope.
Yeah, we're talking. This is to remove this. It's going to need something.
It's like taking a pocket knife to a rug.
No. There's an easier solution. Unless the layers are locked together in such a manner that they are infallible, which is highly unlikely, but
We would
anything's possible.
first just need to snip the one that causes the retaliation.
You peel it back layer by layer, starting with the one closest to the surface, working down to the core curse. Like an onion.
Thing is, I imagine that he might die from that.
We don't know we don't know what the layers are. For all we know, one of the layers could be a kill switch.
Entirely true. Again, it's why I lament that I can't see into the arcane spectrum.
We're gonna need like something really powerful here. We're gonna need like whatever we'd need to do. We would need to do it under the effects of an anti-magic field. We would need all magic to be gone in
A
order to approach
disjunction.
this thing.
Yeah, disjunction would work.
Unfortunately, there are rare few who are capable of casting such a thing. It's also highly dangerous. With the area a disjunction holds, you could easily end up taking out an island with it. He puts his hands on his hips, especially since Cirrus is now holding the loot. If you cast a disjunction near those pillars that keep the islands, well, nobody wants to try and find out if that's possible.
So just do it in the mist's forehead.
Oh yes, that will be okay. You said forehead. Let's. Yeah, I was going to be like, yes, let's take the already incredibly chaotic and powerful magic and cast it in the place where everything goes fuckwise.
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. What could possibly go wrong?
Literally everything. Not just in the usual case of saying everything, like, due to this, actually everything could go wrong. Deck of many things level of things could go wrong.
Suddenly, it's raining hamster-sized meteorites that explode into fucking
Nacho cheese.
fucking no
Harassed.
the stupid fucking murder bunnies from Monty Python.
Darren
Oh,
puts
fucking-
his chin in his hand and tilts his head.
Like the
Why
Beast
go
of
to such
Karabanog or
lengths?
something, right?
I don't understand. Even if they were going to curse a person for life to brand them as criminal, why so much?
Because he probably had something they really fucking wanted, or he really, really fucked with them.
Or,
According to
allow me
his
to raise a
story.
counterpoint to that.
Alright, I'm back.
The Sky Patrol are
Welcome
just
back.
that much of dicks.
I mean, that is also entirely entirely on point.
Okay. Actually, important question, Mr. Dwarf guy.
What the fuck you want?
The bard guy over there, is he an acquaintance of yours, or not?
Bloody hell no. Poor fuck, I don't
Okay.
know. I met him like 3 days ago.
Varia, are you gonna stab him?
Actually,
Or not Varia, Minuet, are you gonna stab him?
We have not found
No.
out the Bard's story at all.
Do we care about the Bard story?
Maybe. Did we care about this guy's story before now?
yeah. Okay, so I had the opportunity to do fun and games, and I opted out. So I'd like to hear about the bard.
Bloody hell, I don't know anything about the bard. Met him 3 days ago.
Okay. In that case, Minuet just goes over to the bard. We didn't actually load in those.
Yeah, it's fine.
So,
he's
yeah.
he's here somewhere. They're deconstructing the camp. The bard's somewhere tied up.
How about we drag Bard over next to the dwarf?
The bard is crying when you find him. And he quickly tries to not cry.
From in the distance?
Oh.
Eurus approaches
Yeah.
too, because
Yep, you guys drag him by the cart and throw him down. We probably
Okay,
don't even
in
need the
that
map
case-
anymore. Honestly.
Yeah, well, I like moving around my piece.
Oh, okay. Here, let me go ahead and give you a zombie. Or what did I make him? I made him something. I think I made him a
Yeah, he
cobalt.
was- Whatever.
Whatever
But anyways,
tabletop
weird that
considers
you
a
pronounce it with a T.
fucking kobold.
Like it's just, one of those is like a color, and one of those is a lizardman.
I was a designer for a long time.
So is Mr. Half Elf Bowman also still just kind of like over it?
Oh, half elf bowman. Which one?
The one I
he's fucking dead.
Yeah,
the greased one, he died?
yeah, he's
I
dead.
thought he gave up.
No, he did.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, didn't
Yeah,
you?
he's
Didn't
mega
you?
fucking dead.
I think you frost lasered him.
Like twice.
Yeah, he
He's
did.
an elfsicle.
The two surviving bosses are here, except for the one with the great sword that was just like, you know what? I'm done, and walked away.
Yep.
I mean, 30 GP can get you pretty far in this world, so.
Yeah, by the way, Darren took all of the bandit leader purses that were at the camp, including dwarf guys.
Yep.
Depending on if the dwarf guy actually comes with us, I may give it back.
So you guys drag the bard over
Mhm.
and throw him down. What are you doing?
Yeah, so Minuet's like, so I took the effort to not kill you. I want to hear your story.
I just nearly killed myself trying to help your apparently 3-day-old compatriot there. So, yeah. Talk. In a
And
good story, you might get to go free.
Exidrash just squints at the bard and just says, I don't like you.
with tears in his eyes, he just screams at the top of his lungs, "The farm's under. My grandpa's gonna get taken away. He's an idiot. Some guy approached me in a gray coat and said he'd give me 50,000 gold to rob this place, so I got my friends together. And the dwarf goes, "Oi, the fucker with the weird scar on his forehead." And the bard goes, "Yes. He wore the hood, but he didn't cover the scar. I don't understand, but he saved 50,000 gold, so I did it. Please don't kill me.
We were going to kill you. We'd have done it already. God fucking damn it, dude.
Hold on. Why did he want the encampment robbed?
I don't know.
What the hell in this encampment would be worth 50,000 gold?
No. Why would he want them driven off? If they don't have their items, then they can't perform their survey. What's even here that someone would want not surveyed?
The dwarf just goes, they said rob 'em blind. And it'll be 50,000 gold. That'd be enough to disappear, aye?
For a lifetime, yes.
See, problem solved. Just give me 50 grand, and then I can walk around with this damn tattoo in me forehead forever. Be one of those rich fucks.
Okay, we've got a place where that tattoo shouldn't cause you too many problems.
Darren just shakes his head and shrugs. It wouldn't matter. If even one person in the Sky Patrol saw you, they would apprehend you.
Well, that's why we don't
Also a
take
place
it.
that Sky Patrol isn't fucking welcome.
Exactly. Which is why, as he leans over, he gives that cold, toothy grin to the guy. You're going to want to come with us. But give it some thought, of course.
Bloody hell, don't eat me. I promise I don't taste good. I probably taste like shit. I haven't showered in 3 months.
I'm sorely disappointed you think I'm a savage that's also a cannibal.
I mean, he's not. Well, he's a dwarf, so he's.
It's
Technically
technically
not
not
cannibalism.
Yeah, it's technically not cannibalism.
Darren just rolls his eyes, and this time he just purposefully places Servet on his face because he doesn't want to get into this argument with people.
All right, tell me about Mr.
Tell us
Scarman.
about Scarface.
I bloody well, I go, I don't know. And the bard goes, he wore a face mask. He covered everything except for his forehead where there was a scar. It looks like somebody slashed him really bad.
Like, is it just a jagged slash, an X-ape slash?
The dwarf
Just
kicks
a
in and
bit
goes, no, it's just a knife blade slash. The kind that didn't heal well because he didn't get fucking attention. You need to take care of your goddamn wounds. Bloody bastard probably just let it suffer.
He's like, oh, this will be a cool scar to fucking show off and make me look like a badass.
Bloody bastard
also
wore
speaking-
smoke goggles and covered his face and had a grey coat. But he said 50 grand, so I said sure. Normally I just kick people like that in the balls, but...
I mean, he probably deserved it anyway, so, you know.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll sense motive to see if this guy is lying. 23.
You're,
25 to uncover dark secrets, so I guess that would be...
you know the dwarf...
What?
You know the dwarf is telling all he knows. You know the bard knows more. But the bard is also very emotionally distraught.
Okay, intimidate can go literally two ways in that. Push them over the edge into telling us what we need, or push them over the edge into babbling incoherence.
Alright, well,
Actually, Minuet's going to pull out his bawu and begin playing a song. A soothing song. A spell song lullaby.
You have a better option that you already know about, you know.
Oh, right. There's... Hold on, where's the...
Does it involve them babbling incoherently?
Yep.
Kind of.
let's not do that one, and we can just roll diplomacy.
No, this would work. Yeah, I'll do that, that second song that I know.
Roll your
The
perform check.
one that forces them to speak.
Yep. Roll your.
Woo! That's gonna be spicy as fuck. Okay. Yeah, that's Hold on, wait. Yeah, that is a 32.
Fantastic. He fails. What he is going to end up blabbering out is that the guy came at a very specific time of day. He found it weird that the guy showed up at exactly noon, came into his house, had tea, and left by 1 p.m. It was like he was using some sort of illusion, but he didn't bother spell checking at the time because the promise of money distracted him. He also says that he tried to resist at first, and his grandfather continued to yell something about radishes in the background because his grandfather has become increasingly senile over the years and won't hand over the farm. You learn that this guy is up to debt in his ears, and the only reason why he agreed is because the amount of money was so perfect. He didn't know that anybody knew he was in this much debt. Because this guy mentioned it, and he didn't remember, or he doesn't remember sharing this with people outside of the farm.
Who are you in debt to?
The bloody... he is going to say to the bank because his grandfather made some bad decisions after his mother and father went on vacation and never came back. His grandfather went senile and crazy, and his grandmother left. And he insisted on only growing radishes. Only radishes. Nobody fucking likes radishes. Why was his grandfather only wanting to grow radishes? He borrowed a large sum of money from the bank to continue to grow radishes, with the farm as the collateral.
Are we sure he shouldn't have been growing beets?
Yes. By the way, the radishes meme is something from Newgrounds land, so shout out to Newgrounds peeps.
It could be worse, it could be cabbages.
This is a Blockhead reference, but okay. Cabbages is also good, but nope, radishes.
Yeah, those ones get destroyed repeatedly by 4 kids.
Yeah, we're not going to go the cabbages route. This guy was senile and made bad decisions. He didn't just have luck hate him.
How much debt?
I assume 50k, since that's what the specific amount he was offered.
No, it was 4,000 gold. Or no, he screamed something about 4,000 gold. Which, to a commoner, is fucking a lot.
Yes.
Which means his land is worth 4,000 gold to the banks.
So, okay, actually from that, we can extrapolate something. It's definitely not the land in the area that's that big of a price.
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is?
Yes, the land that the farm is on is worth 4,000 gold, which is a
No,
lot to a
I
commoner.
meant the 50,000 gold. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, the 50,000 gold is not going to cover that, but whoever was willing to pay for it was willing to hit this area, which means it is something with the land. If this farmer's little area is worth 4,000 gold, and these surveyors are out here surveying the land to figure out a value, so farmers can move in, and loggers can move in, there has to be something special about it.
And of course, we are, again, definitely not on Team Logger due to our expedition to the church.
To be fair, that happened a while ago.
Yeah, no, like, I'm not faulting the actual loggers themselves, but probably the people pulling the string.
Yeah, it's probably not the loggers. Somebody is pulling strings, you just don't know who.
So, out of character, this is a fucking Scooby-Doo bit.
Sure fucking
Yeah.
feels like it. What's the Scooby-Doo?
This is a fucking Scooby-Doo bit. Because this land is clearly worth a lot, especially if this random dude is hiring people for 50,000 gold to protect a supposedly 4,000 gold plot of land from a survey team. So there's some shit going on.
Bing.
Fuck.
Oh, okay. I want to. I mean, I guess it would just be. Probably, I would have to bullshit
No.
knowledge local to just
Or hey,
contemplate what a
I have an idea.
bandit camp's
does it?
price would be as a bounty.
Ixaddress, what's your idea?
My idea is the old guy is probably he's somewhat senile, but he's been around here for a while. He might know of any weird shit that's been going on that might give us a bit of a clue of what the fuck we might be looking for that's going to be worth 50,000 gold worth of deterrent.
I mean, you guys have a lot of people in the camp you can also ask.
True. But
Yeah,
I mean,
we could,
senile old guy, that's like
Okay,
adventuring
so-
101.
Yeah.
The senile old guy
surveyors-
always has some crazy shit to say that ends up being true.
But the surveyors though have been surveying. They know what's here now. Partially.
Yeah, I would say somewhat.
So you guys got a choice to make because the surveyors are leaving.
Well, we could split the party.
Please don't split the party.
Are they actually in like they're
Let's
packing
split up,
up?
gang.
Are they actually? They're still packing up. They haven't actually left yet, right?
Yes, that is correct. I'm saying that you could go with them into town, or you can continue to investigate this situation. It is. You can definitely ask them things now and see what they have to say, but if Ix is also not incorrect.
Okay.
Look, I'm just
So,
saying where this
I'm
is.
going to.
This is a Scooby-Doo mystery, and I'm pretty sure I'm on point here.
But
I
I'm
could also
gonna
be
ask the
entirely
bard.
off.
I'm gonna ask the bard how long until they take the farm.
He goes, I don't know. It could be any day now.
Interesting.
Okay.
Where did you get the sword?
For my grandfather.
So, you're going to be out here longer. I'm
Yup.
going to be dragging this cart full of moose meat longer.
Um,
I mean, at least
We
it's not gonna
could.
go bad.
No.
We could.
Know how much the sword is worth.
Grandfather said that if I ever try to sell it, he'll skin me alive.
That sword could pay off the entire debt to the bank.
Grandfather said if I ever try to sell it, he'll skin me alive. And the guy wasn't interested and then came to my house.
I'm just stating for your benefit that the monetary amount would have been enough.
Yes, the bank wouldn't take it. I tried.
Oh,
There's
so
also
it's the bank.
yeah.
It's the bank trying to intentionally. Yeah, that would make sense.
But see, oh wait, no. They would want to sabotage the survey team so they could buy it at a cheap price.
Yeah.
They'd only have to pay 4,000 for it rather than.
Said they ever planned on actually paying the bandits.
I don't think so either, honestly.
50,000 gold? Yeah, right.
Not unless something here is worth many times that.
And even then, they would just
Like,
kill
say-
the bandits.
Say if the trees around here were darkwood or something, maybe.
Or living wood. Or ironwood or whatever it is.
Not to mention, again on my point, two can keep a secret if one of them's dead.
So I would like to make a knowledge local check, because I'm going to need to put it ranks into profession bounty hunter coming up, just to know what a bandit encampment would be worth. A run-of-the-mill bandit encampment as a bounty.
Yeah.
Not good. 10.
Knowledge local is what
Yeah.
you're doing.
You can
Mind if I
also
roll also.
go for it. Go ahead and try and aid another. I do stacking after all.
That is a success. That is a success for the aid.
What's the total? Because I do stacking.
Oh, that is going to be a 19.
Not stacking.
So
Okay.
wait, sorry. Yeah, 19.
Are you rolling independently or aiding another? I need to know.
You
I
should be rolling independently, trust me.
I should
Okay.
probably have you guys announce that beforehand.
Okay.
I mean, a bandit camp can be worth anywhere from just a couple of hundred, depending on who's in there, to a couple of thousand, but 50,000's a high goddamn number.
Yeah.
So once again, you can ask questions, or you could just go back to town.
All right, somebody start fucking asking questions of these.
No, I've got an idea. What we do... This is, I like this as a roguishly idea.
Huh?
I'll ask the bard if he's any good at weaving.
He goes, no. I act
Perfect.
and diss track. If you didn't notice, I'm really good at telling people they're stupid.
No, you not being good at weaving is honestly perfect for a bandit camp. Do we have any, wait, we've got, we broke down their tents and stuff, so we definitely got cloth. You're going to design a standard for us.
What's a standard?
It's
A flag.
that
Minuet just sighs and is like, do I need to weave a flag?
No. Because a good-looking flag would be a dead giveaway that it's not a bandit's flag.
Oh. Okay.
Somebody roll a wisdom check. Everybody roll wisdom checks.
What wisdom?
Just roll it.
Yeah, I'm not
13.
sure with this.
10. Actually, it might be...
fucking-
3.
Nope, 10.
Darren is too
Nick.
distracted by Servette to care.
Who got a 10 or above in the party?
Me.
Hey, if this guy's got enough money in his hands and the magical know-how to only show off a scar intentionally showing off a scar.
Oh no! I've long been. Since you said that the scar was shown off, I thought for sure that he was just fucking framing someone.
You gotta believe that somebody with enough money to possibly make moves like this probably won't fall for what the idea you're having is. Because I know where you're going with it.
Is it called make a fake bandit camp and make it look like they won?
No.
Oh, well, then I'm out of it.
No, he was going to
Well, I
try
mean,
and bait them out to come and make the same offer.
No.
Oh, what is your idea then? Because I need to know.
Pay this guy 4,000 gold and claim a bounty on a bandit camp we took out.
I mean, we did technically take out a bandit camp. It's just they haven't had fucking any sort of banner.
So you're just
No,
going to
yeah.
pay off the farm and leave.
I mean, that was kind of my goal. I mean, Cirrus still thinks of herself as a good person.
That was
Even
a
if
right
she's
turn
a
I didn't
neutral person.
expect. Okay.
Do we have enough gold for that?
Do you have enough on-hand gold?
Yeah,
Not on
all
hand.
I've got 219 gold is all I've got.
If you want, I can bring up the funds, but Darren is trying to just stoically say nothing at any consideration of paying off that debt.
Okay, so here's the thought. What if we buy the farm?
I mean,
Wow.
honestly, Cirrus's idea wasn't bad. But
Yeah.
it's going to be a repeating situation until you solve the core issue.
Yeah. But I mean, what if we legit say, hey, we'll buy this off if you, like, help us out a little bit?
So here's the thing. We have 10,000 GP in ship funds.
You'd have to get the bank to agree.
Yeah. We would have to get the bank to agree to selling us the farm. And given current
Oh, hold on.
circumstances, that is highly unlikely.
But what we could do, the bank would have no choice in agreeing to taking back the payment of the debt.
This is pre-World War II, Industrial Revolution era. Yes, they do.
The bank and the bank has altered the deal. Pray they do not alter it any further.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, while we're thinking about this, I'm gonna go ask around and see what the surveyors did find before.
Sure, I need you to roll a diplomacy or knowledge local.
Okay, cool.
I'm going to also help Minuet and use the aid another action on this, and also give Minuet guidance. By
Cool.
which I mean the spell guidance.
Yep. I understood.
So that's what, a +1?
+1 and +2 if I beat a DC 10.
That's a natural 20 on the dice. Which is that's gonna be.
And wow, I actually
20.
rolled well too. So I gave
That's a 30.
and I gave
31.
I guess I'll aid another as well with my diplomacy.
I rolled a
Jesus
28
Christ.
aiding on my diplomacy check.
I'm gonna need a total at some point. I also need to use the bathroom at some point.
Nat 20!
I'm using the bathroom. You all come up with a fucking total. Darren, just roll your 8 another. Jesus Christ. I'm going to the bathroom. Fuck y'all.
So that's
Fuck you all!
that's a 25 on my diplomacy that I have no ranks in.
God.
Like, I'm not even sure if Darren's going to even help you guys at the moment.
Well, Darren needs to contribute to the team.
I'm giving you a look through the computer.
I know you are! Right, so I've got 25, Vari's got 30. What did Cirrus have?
Sorry. Well, it would be
With a 28 on the aiding another.
Alright, so we totaled at
29.
we totaled at a whole fucking lot. Like 80 something?
We have totaled at the equivalent diplomacy check of the swim check to swim up a waterfall.
Or as Kyle will remember, those swim checks I did back in the day to grapple.
Dear Lord.
That's dumb.
Oh yeah, I forgot Vari knows of that too.
So I got a total of 25 on my diplomacy because I'm being
What?
peer pressured into it.
So that's over 100 diplomacy.
Jesus.
Well, okay.
Fuck.
So no, the aid another though is
I know.
+2 per 10.
Okay, so I gave you a +4, and then Sirius also. So everyone just gave you a +4 each.
Okay, so
That would be
so
plus
29.
12. So 41.
Reckon. Yeah. Or wait. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, I can do math, Vari. I'm not completely retarded.
Half pat.
Not yet, anyway. I haven't lost all of my brain cells.
So, to summarize the whole trying to make plans bit earlier, just in the notes, this one bit. Though there is much discussion on trying to formulate a plan that fixes things to our satisfaction, we clearly need more information to learn what is here that could warrant this level of bureaucratic bullshit.
Alright, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. So I'll be back.
Okay.
So what is your total, Varian?
41.
Okay, so I would just like to point out that a DC for a quote extremely difficult challenge aimed at players level 16 to 20 is 40.
Is that
Okay.
Pathfinder or is that
Pathfinder,
D&D?
yes.
Yeah, obscure or secret knowledge is a DC 20, so I fucking doubled it.
Yeah, it's a D. Okay, from what I was discussing earlier, it is a DC 80 to swim up a waterfall in 3.5.
That's silly.
Silly.
This is the equivalent of a balance check made to balance on something 1 inch wide.
And then fucking succeeding.
Yes. By the way, the DC to balance on a liquid is 90, and the DC to balance on a cloud is 120.
Yeah, those are things. So I'm back, and
41.
yeah.
All of us rolled like Vari rolled like a 29, and then the rest of us rolled 25 or above.
So I do stacking. So at 10 it's +2, at 20 it's +4, at 30 it's +6.
We all gave him plus
Yeah.
4.
Yeah.
I got peer pressured into it, okay?
It's stupid high. I get it. So what's going to happen is you guys are all going to get diverted to the lead guy. The name is in the notes. I don't remember it because I didn't notate it, unfortunately, for some reason.
It's fine. It's
His name is now Doug Liedman.
It's in there somewhere. He kind of looks uncomfortable and he goes, well, for the most part, this area is fairly normal. But when we got up to the northeast, we had to take soil samples because we noticed that the land there was starting to get oddly fertile as we continue northeast. We've tried to study it. He produces a sample of soil in a little tube. But we haven't had the time to really analyze it. We need to bring it to some mages. But the plants in that area seem to be flourishing extremely well. And it's unusual, but we figured it's just probably just more fertile land.
well. And that's to the northeast?
Yeah. Why?
Isn't... this is out of character. That's the direction of the farm, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Good to know.
Why do you ask?
And, just wondering why y'all were out here. What was so important about it?
Well, the government hired us to survey this land for tree farms. They're looking to
Wait a
expand.
minute. So out of character, what if the radishes are refertilizing the soil?
Out of character, nobody cast detect magic.
Yes, we did.
On the vial that he's holding out now, it's been longer than 10
Oh, no.
minutes.
Oh, no, sorry, I thought you meant at the farm.
No. At the farm he
Oh,
did, but
yeah,
this
no,
is the sample.
I mean, it is literally a cantrip. It is a thing that
Yeah,
when you know magic,
Minuet's,
you would do when you're bored.
Minuet's going to randomly pull out his bow and play a little spell song, detect magic.
Are the fidget spinner of spells.
He is. I need you to roll a perception.
Okay. Oh, come on. I'm lagging, apparently.
Yeah, you've rolled some straight nines on your ping.
Oof.
Max damage, but for ping.
Someone roll for me.
I will. Okay, yeah, I'll roll. You rolled a 14 plus whatever.
Okay, so
Oh, there's something weird about the table.
on perception, that is a 25.
Because I'm seeing a 9. I will just take the 14.
Oh, okay.
It's extravagantly faint, but there is a magical to it.
I rolled my dice. You were looking at variance dice.
Oh.
9.
I see. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, did mine finally roll? I hit roll like when he asked for it.
I'm just gonna take the 14. Yeah, no, there is magic. It's extravagantly faint and it's hard to see, but it's there. You wouldn't have ever noticed it unless somebody was like holding up a sample. You can roll a knowledge arcane or a knowledge
cool.
nature.
Okay. Let's see. Which one of the knowledge nature would be better for me? So. Not great, but that is still a 15.
15 is just enough to give you the fact that this is druidic magic, at least. It's natural. It's nature magic. You're not gonna get more.
Oh. Yeah. And yeah, so Minuet just puts away his Bawu and smiles.
The guy stands there awkwardly and goes, I'm gonna go back to work. Then he just kind of walks away, looking confused.
Okay, so
Okay, so we walk back away a little bit more out of earshot.
Yep, you might want to move you guys selves
And
out of the camp because they're all over the place. And throw people places.
Yeah.
Yeah, you stay there.
Are we just gonna leave our hostages over there?
we're not leaving the camp. We're just moving out of earshot of people.
to talk. And yeah, so that's dirt from the farm. That's magical. That's druidic.
Druids aren't usually the kind that make big explodey skyfire. No, it's not the Oldman.
It's natural magic. It's probably not actually related to the Oldman anyway, in any way.
And it's highly unlikely
But
that
his
any
land.
druid would have ventured this far out in order to revitalize the land. Then he pauses. Well, maybe we go fairy. But it wouldn't make sense to go about testing something out here. They would do it in a controlled environment, where there are already farms.
Well, we do know of at
Um,
least a case of druidic activity out in this area.
But that was a long time ago.
Yes, because druids are so well known for always keeping everything above the board and operating in the open.
So, I know a guy we could contact about stuff, maybe.
Wouldn't that require we go
Actually,
back to the ship?
Yeah, but I've got one of his books. A certain druid.
I know what you're getting at, but I'm not sure I follow. Do you happen to know sending?
There's those scrolls. Do one of y'all have them?
They're just sort of gestures in a random direction at the moment because he's not going to bother to figure out which way is the ship. I
Oh,
left
they're
him
at the
on
ship. Crap.
There was
So,
no
well-
need to bring them.
I do not think we want basically anyone getting that far.
Druids would be pissed.
I'm not just speaking on behalf of druids. I'm just saying that with the basically we know there's one major power that wants the farm. We know there's one major power that ostensibly does not want them getting the farm.
Or somehow wants to abuse things to get
Yeah.
it easier.
That's why I said ostensibly. So at the very least, we know one power we probably don't want wants the farm. And the other one might be that same power. So I'm anti letting anyone other than the senile old man and Mr. Distrack over there getting the farm.
That brings up the question, do we want that vial getting back to where it is going?
For once,
Don't
I can
see-
approve of this implication. If that vial, along with its reports, get back to whomever hired the survey team, the value of the land will be increased. However, I disagree upon the method. If that vial happens to make it back to whomever hired the survey team, the value of the land increases. That seems to be something that whomever hired the bandits wanted to prevent. There would be no point in hiring the bandits to rob the survey encampment if they weren't going to appropriate and remove evidence. There's
You're
another
not thinking
possibility.
like a thief there. There's entirely a reason they would want to hire the bandits to do that. To implicate the man with the scar.
True, but we don't know who that could be.
No, but the people who hired the survey team might.
You're free to ask, but I'm currently operating on the assumption that we don't know who that is. They may be trying to frame someone,
But
that doesn't
it would be a
necessarily
simple
matter.
matter. It would be a simple matter for me to maybe sneak that vial and put some dirt from here or there in the vial. The dirt here isn't magical.
The other possibility that springs to mind is that it may be a druidic sect. Not all druids live on the Halfling Preserve.
I, for one,
I like
think
the
that,
idea of swapping the dirt. You're gonna have to act fast on it.
Yep. So, any objections?
Nope.
Yeah, I've got I've got an idea. Is our DM here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just
Okay.
listening.
Okay, just making sure. I do have a couple of things I can do to create a distraction.
Oh, well, there's that pile of bodies over there.
On
If
fire.
it was to catch that tent on fire over there with some embers, that would draw attention.
Or one of the carts that they're stacking stuff on. You guys have plenty of opportunity. So it sounds like the plan is to go ahead and...
Oh. Fuck.
You're fine. So it sounds like the plan is to steal that vial of dirt and replace it with a vial of regular dirt, correct?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Come up with a plan. Tell me the plan.
Well, if all else fails, I could auto-success it. But yeah, if you've got an idea for a distraction, that would help.
Well, it's not so much an idea for a distraction as it is a combination of the couple of things I can still do.
Oh.
I can make it easier for you to lift that vial.
So, I should point out, I can cast invisibility.
But that's on yourself, right?
I believe it's just touch.
It is touch.
You have that spell
Okay, then.
slot available still?
It's I think it's second level, right?
Yup.
Oh yeah, it's greater invisibility that you can actually do clever stuff with.
Yeah, 1 minute per level.
Invisibility would get me in there.
Yep. So you'd have it for you'd have 6 minutes of invisibility.
And then I touch something and it drops.
Is that the one?
No, I think it's making an offensive action that makes it drop.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
an offensive action.
Oh, okay then.
The spell ends if the subject attacks any creature.
It also has a time limit.
Yep, 6 minutes for me.
Yeah, so 6 minutes.
Well, they're in
Okay.
size.
Was it a standard vial the dirt was held in?
Yeah, it was just a vial. Glass vial.
Excellent, I can make this even easier. I pull out
Oh, have you
something I
got
don't
one?
think I've mentioned in a while. I pull out my holy symbol. And I slide open a nice compartment that contains an empty vial.
Wow.
Why
Okay.
do you... Do I want to know?
I just proceed to gesture at my about 1,000 pockets, and then I hold up my hand and I open up a compartment on my ring. If I can store stuff in it, I store stuff in it.
Are you sure you don't worship the god of boxes?
I don't worship any god. I worship freedom. But anyway, I take the vial and I just scoop up some ground dirt into it.
Cool.
Now it's not even. Now you're not even. Now you just need to make a switch rather than.
So you guys.
Well,
So you guys have a plan, and this is where we're ending.
This guy needs to go to sleep.
It's
yes.
yeah.
Viv needs to go to sleep.
There's 2 party members that need to go to sleep, and there's one person here that probably should actually eat something food-wise at some point today. I mean, I had lunch, but I have yet to have dinner. My roommate's home, so I should go, like, do the thing where I go bite him, because I bite my roommate.
Hey, Bari.
Huh?
You gonna be awake in 5 hours?
Maybe. Why
Considering
do I need
it's
to wake up?
Varian, even if he's not intending to be, he's going to be.
I mean, I need to be
Yeah.
awake in 5 hours too, because thankfully I don't need to be awake at...
Gosh darn it, both of y'all.
Look, you.
Okay.
I get to be
Also,
awake
I'm okay.
an
I'm
hour
okay. I'm okay with us ending now because I know that there's a high chance that I'm going to fuck up these rolls.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and end. While Tiego's off ending their stream, hey, those of you that are watching, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Make sure to drink more water. Take care of yourselves. Over on the YouTube side, like, comment, and subscribe. I need it over there. Hey, those of you over on Twitch side, here's Tiego's stream on my end. Come on, give it to me, Paste, go! And
I'm
then
going to do the same for you over on my end.
watch.
That is my DM's channel. He is a dragon VTuber.
Yep, and follow on both ends. And y'all have a good night. Take care of yourselves. Bye on my end.
Later,
And
losers.
time for my outro.
Bye, y'all.